Khan reaching for that one, but not able to get it away. Foster just bending his back. Khan still trying to get used to the pace of the ball. Highgate's fielders in close. The outfield a little slower with this rain. Just one fielder out the fine leg boundary. One slip. Everyone else in the ring. Foster overstepping. If you've been following the second 11 this season, one of the features of the new live streaming has been the discovery of Ed Foster's bald spot. We've relocated the camera today, a lower angle, but unfortunately his bald spot's still visible as he runs in and bowls. And Khan works that one away. Good strong first over from Foster, hitting the deck hard. Overstepped for one ball and Khan knocking a single. Whitney coming on strike for the last ball of the over. Foster in. Good carry. Not given a wide. A 45 over game here today at Shepherd's Cot. In this league, half the games, 9 games in the season, are timed games. Usually 100 overs, sometimes more if you bowl quickly. And half the games are limited overs, 45 overs a side. A little more generous on the wides than in 2020 cricket, but obviously tighter than in timed cricket. Brentham, 3 for none. Sorry, Osterley, 3 for none off the first over. So from the Holly Park end with the new ball is Tom Newell, left armour. He's going to be bowling over the wicket at the right-handed Khan. So Whitney takes guard again. There's been a lot of data recently about left armers bowling at right-handers and left armers bowling at left-handers. Left-handed batsmen doing very well against right-arm seam bowlers. This is at the test level, of course, but struggling a lot more with left-arm bowlers. Tom adjusts straight away to the left-handed bat. And that's a pleasing stroke through cover, all on the ground. Didn't overhit it. Nice shot there by Whitney. So joining me here is Highgate's Ben Siddell. Foster now in his second over. What do you think of how Foster started today? Green conditions.
Nice to be here, Joe. I think he needs to pitch up a bit first, doesn't he? He's got a new ball. First 3 or 4 overs, he's got to hit that fuller length a little bit more for me. That's more like it.
Ooh, and straight away, immediately looking more dangerous when he pitches it up, as you were calling for, Ben. Umpire adjudicating, just going down leg. The batsman was shaping to leg. We're not in line today. The camera is wide mid-on, wide long on. But straight away looking more dangerous with the fuller ball.
Let's see if he gives him another one.
Foster in strong action. And that back of a length ball is shovelled on the bounce to point. Ed bowling with a 6-3 field to Khan. Deep fine leg, a forward square and a mid-on the leg side. One slip, a gully, point and cover point, a short extra cover and a mid-off. Full ball there, paying the price, but Ben, are you happy with the risk reward?
Well, again, in the air, isn't it? I think one of the fielders said it earlier. It does look like a day where you're going to get a catch in front of the square. You know, one chipped up to mid-on, maybe cover. There 2 in a row there that have gone kind of catchable height if a man was closer in. You do feel like you're going to get a wicket in front of the square today if he keeps bowling it. I think he's got to risk the 4 to get a little chip up.
Yeah, the ball carrying probably 15, 20 yards low in the air. There's a short ball. Foster just losing his footing.
And he's not had as many overs in this year, I think, as well. Played a bit as a batsman earlier on in the season, getting back into full fitness as a bowler, so maybe finding his rhythm these first couple of overs.
Yeah. Foster, something of a YouTube sensation earlier in the year. I think a 50 ball 95 to win a magnificent run chase here. Downside was the world learnt about his bald spot, but they also learnt what a clean hitter of the ball he is. Today, with a new ball in hand, generally hitting a hard length, but we still want to see him take that risk and pitch the ball up a little bit more.
I think so. They look like they might take it on as well. Yeah, batsmen, they might try and be aggressive early, so give it a chance, get it up there. But yeah, great to watch on the full box. His highest career score. I think maybe only his second 50. Left cruelly 10 runs short of a maiden 100 as well. But I don't think he minded. I think he was pleased with the win. Good club man.
So who were the opponents that day?
I think that was Stanmore. I think that was chasing the twos at home.
So if you're watching and you haven't seen it, it is worth looking up.
Oh!
The Frog Box, Highgate second 11 against Stanmore second 11 earlier in the season, and an incredible run chase with Ed Foster in the thick of things, launching the ball to all parts. It's great TV. Tom Newell beating the bat. Johan De Silva's up to the stumps here.
I thought little nick there, Joe. You think? I thought I heard a little noise.
Well, Johan will be disappointed with that. Newell strongly behind that one. Sorry, Whitney strongly behind that one from Newell. Left arm seamer, keeper up to the stumps. The recurring theme of mine is when is England's keeper going to stand up to Sam Curran?
Yeah, it keeps the pressure on, doesn't it? It's not my favourite. I hate the keeper standing up to left arm in swing. Oh, well bowled. Looks like he's got a bit of shape in here as well early on.
More challenging length. Maybe if he's swinging the ball, he's got more confidence to pitch it up, whereas Ed Foster, more of a bounce bowler, reluctant to pitch the ball up to the bat. But certainly Tom is challenging the stumps and the pads here.
Yeah, and maybe more of a rhythm bowler than Foster, someone who wants to try and bowl 5, maybe 6 balls in the same spot. Foster maybe someone who likes to vary it a bit, you know, fond of bowling slow balls in his prime. Yeah, maybe different. Yeah, two different styles, both ends here. Interesting collector's item as well, seeing Will Bowley at first slip. Not an often spotted position for him. And I don't know how happy he is about that, actually. It would be interesting to find out whether he was asked or whether he requested.
Newell back on that challenging line of length. Will Bowley, another popular figure on YouTube. People tuning in to see him. Sometimes he gives a wave to the camera. Stood at first slip today. He's a fidgeter. Sleeves pulled down low over his hands. It's fair to say Will Bowley, something of a housewife's favourite.
Mrs. Robinson. Married man now, celebrating his wedding anniversary in just a week, I think. 2 years he'll have been a married man.
So Newell has a 6-3 field when Khan is on strike. For Whitney, he has 7 on the offside. Oh, yeah. And he beats the bat and De Silva behind the stumps and first slip.
But he does look like he's getting a bit of shape. He's hit the inside edge of the right-hander a couple of times. Certainly, yeah, hitting a consistent length, I'd be minded maybe to even get a third slip, a bit more of an aggressive gully. I think there's a good chance of him getting something off the left-hander through that cordon.
So, Ben, you've captained teams at Highgate and, you know, all around the county. It's limited overs, so the mindset is more of a defensive one. How would you approach? How do you get the balance right between attack and defence on a wet day like today? What's your mindset with your captaining? What will Rabagliati be thinking today?
Well, Rabagliati probably thinking about his innings already. He's run hungry. Okay, yeah, sometimes more of a, I wouldn't say defensive, but maybe more of a limited overs minded captain, perhaps. I think as a captain myself, I always like to think of limited overs as quite, really quite similar still to timed cricket. I think I'd always still want two aggressive fielders. I think if I was here, I'd want someone on the cut strip, close in front of the bat, maybe on both sides to foster, and certainly maybe one more step. I'd probably go for a couple close in, and then maybe have a bit more of in and out field, perhaps.
Foster certainly determined to play Khan's cut shot into form. Khan, that's the best he's timed the cut shot so far, straight to point.
Yeah.
But certainly waited a little longer for that one and timed that one a little better.
Not coming on as you'd like really for a cut, is it? Nice and slow. Bit of tennis ball bounce outside the off stump.
Yeah, do you think he's attempting a Yorker there? Is that part of his strategy?
I think he probably is looking for the Yorker there, yeah. Maybe he's thinking he's going to bowl, give him one full at the stumps and keep him hungry by bowling outside off the rest of the time. Then again, might just be coming out however it comes out. I'm not sure how he's feeling at the moment.
Top edge, fine legs under it. Can't hold on.
And
let's see, and that's a 4.
Rather disappointingly, that goes for 4, doesn't it?
So, Khan getting a top edge there to the back of a length ball. It spiralled up and went quite fine down to the fine leg boundary. Tom Newell running round. How did you see it?
Yeah, perhaps he saw it a bit late. It's a tricky angle because he's further away there, so he's kind of coming in. Reminded me, a man who I thought would have probably taken Elliot Sherrington in his prime. Would have cut that off nice and quickly, I think.
Jot coming past us in the commentary position. Ben Siddell just got straight out of the way of it, let it run through. Talk of Elliot Sherrington at fine leg, maybe taking that catch. I think he probably would have stopped that on drive 2. It beat mid-on, hit hard. Mid-on not getting down as quick as he might have wanted to. Just looking at Tom Newell there on the boundary with that catch. One thing I thought watching him, it's right on the boundary edge. There's a drain down there, and he actually didn't look that certain of his footing as he came around. I just wonder whether it's uneven ground or he's worried about the rope down there. Somehow he didn't move with confidence. Looking up at the ball, it looked like he wasn't sure of his footing somehow. Yeah,
and that makes a difference, doesn't it? You watch the feet, and if someone's not got their feet right, they're not going to take a skyer. I know he's worked hard on his fielding since he's been kind of come through the ranks and played more adult cricket.
You mentioned Elliot Sherrington, of course, only 5'2", so he's always perfectly balanced and short legs. Never really struggled in that way.
But yeah, the sign of something. I think it is a shame. Maybe think a half chance there. Maybe the second on drive that you'd like to think might have been stopped. I think a day like this, you really can make a difference with those stops in the field. Take an early catch.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, certainly that over swinging the momentum strongly Osterley's way. Foster employing a strategy of looking to hit length and then vary it up with either a short ball or a very full ball. He got the top edge, it went down, and then the full ball was driven hard.
And there it is!
Fantastic.
Brilliant.
Fantastic. Newell getting reward for bowling with swing and in a controlled way. Beats the outside edge of Whitney, comfortably pouched at first slip. Who was that first slip?
That's Will Bowley at first slip, looking very solid. And I think, as we said last over, always looked to chance near to the left-hander. Looked like everything was coming past him. He didn't quite get foot, a bit of a small stride there, maybe pushing at it a bit, and if the ball's moving.
Newell bowling, really he has bowled a terrific length in his first few overs and getting the rewards there. As you say, Bowley looking very solid, pouching that, making it look very easy. and Highgate resting back control. So having given away the momentum to Osterley in the last over, a big wicket.
Huge. That really needed that. And I think, had that over gone for a couple of fours like Foster's, you might have felt the tide turn a bit. But brilliant bowling, as you say, rewarded for bowling that consistent length. I think he hasn't. His lines vary, but he's obviously moving the ball, and I don't think he's missed his length really since he started bowling. So real deserved reward there for Tom Newell, and certainly helps with the left-hander in that natural shape, taking it away from him at that length as well.
Footwork, Will. Good mate. Brilliant. Well done, Tommy.
Osterley second 11, 34 for 1. And as we've seen throughout, Newell's bowled one ball down the leg side, but other than that, he's generally adapted very quickly to the left-right partnership, immediately adjust his line.
And certainly looks to have a bit more zip. He's bowled one down the leg side for wide there, but I don't think he'll be too worried. He's hit a nice length and picking up a bit of zip now with the ball, looking nice pace.
Newell with a 5-4 offside field, so reinforcing the leg side boundary for this right-hander as he swings the ball in.
I was going to ask you, actually, you're often, a man who's played a lot of cricket yourself, captain some teams. What do you think about this field here? Just got one wicket. Where would you go with it next?
Yeah, I don't mind a 5-4 field. He is obviously bringing it into the right-hander. I think, I think as you were saying, you could bring mid-wicket in to a more catching position, but I think it's okay. I think it's easy to be here and say what could be improved. Mid-on is quite deep. Mid-on could come in more, especially for this new batsman, looking for that half hit mistake from an early batsman. But I think I like the 5-4 makeup, and I think Newell's bowling really well.
Yeah, I think overall he'll be happy if he can bowl. If they can stop the single, if he can keep bowling dots at the batsman who's in, and get 4 or 5 balls at him, I think he'll be happy, won't he?
Foster here in his 4th over, perhaps showing the frustration of the mistakes in the last over. A lot of effort in that one, Ben.
Definitely, a few miles an hour faster. And talk about frustration. Maybe the other batsman now. Interesting to see what he does. He's looked to hit the ball hard, and he's lost his partner here. And maybe he's gonna have a bit of a go. Let's see.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Khan. He's played with aggression and a big swing of the bat, but he just held his shape for a moment on the backswing so that he could time that one and hit it really cleanly, wide of the diving Thaxton at extra cover for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a slow ball, and he, I think he saw it all the way, really. He just waited on that, didn't he? Good thinking from Foster, but I think he just picked that quite early.
Foster up for the battle. Khan now 21. Can't get that one away.
doesn't look like there's much value in short balls on this pitch, does it?
Slow deck today.
A little bit more buzz from the Highgate fielders now. You can hear a bit of noise, a bit more energy as they search for that second wicket.
Foster settles himself, shines the ball. Khan taking a moment. As Foster moves mid-off out to long-off. And very good length, that ball. Foster still with a 6-3 offside field, which he's had for Khan throughout, but now he has two fielders out of the circle. Still the fine leg, but he's added mid-off has gone back out to long-off. And actually, point is probably halfway between the circle and the boundary. Foster attacking the stumps, and Khan times that beautifully into the pavilion. 6 runs over a wide mid-wicket. Certainly up to that. Foster going full, but a little bit straight.
It looks like it, doesn't it? And that was a really nice pick-up, wasn't it? That's clearly a strength of his. He's been waiting on that for a while, and he definitely got hold of that one. No doubt about that.
Yeah, he's played a few shots where he's looked at it hard, half got them, got runs for them. The drive at the start of this over and that pickup shot starting to look in touch here.
And it's, we've both played lots of cricket at Highgate. It's the kind of wicket where someone who hits the ball hard, if they can start to get their iron and get themselves in, you can be in trouble. So Highgate going to be hoping that that's just a good shot and not a sign of him starting to see everything a bit better. And
that's right. That 6. So the game being played towards the top end of the ground today. That 6 more or less over the longest part of the ground, and he cleared the boundary comfortably. Yeah. So there isn't a boundary here that he won't feel confident about clearing. So we wait to see if Khan can turn this into a big innings or whether Highgate can strike back.
And how many balls has he faced, Khan, Joe, for his runs?
He's on 27 off 29, and only just starting to look balanced and informed. So certainly the last 15 runs have come quicker than the first 15.
Yeah, it looks like he could be their danger man. And I suppose, like I said, Foster's been, he hasn't bowled the overs he normally would in a season, but certainly he's the kind of bowler, especially in the second team, who, really should be taking this batsman on and saying, that's my wicket, There's a battle to be had here, and I think he's got to be thinking that he's the man to take it on. How many overs he'll have to do that, we're not sure. We don't know what will happen after a couple of boundaries this over, but we'll wait and see.
So Foster's at the end of his mark with Thaxton, and they're talking about the game. The ball's coming back in. When you have a batsman like this who's starting to find his feet, how do you approach it? Do you thinking about we want to contain and get him off strike, or are you thinking about ways to keep the ball away from his scoring areas, or are you still thinking about getting him out?
Good question, especially in this kind of shorter limited overs, isn't it? We've got 33 overs today, so personally, I never like getting someone off strike unless it's near the end of the game. I feel that's always a bit too negative. There are occasions, sure, but little wide long hop there. For me, I think I'd like to take away someone's best shot. So I think if I'm going to defend him, it looks like he clearly plays hard and straight, and maybe it looks like he's trying to hit a danger shot out to the leg side. I might have a wide long on perhaps, or someone maybe even more like a cow, but then make sure I squeeze him elsewhere. I'd want to make sure that I don't let him get off strike with a single in the covers if we've got a man out for his big shot. So that shot there, he's hit one straight. It's just gone past straight extra, and really I'd love to actually keep him on strike there and build the pressure a bit and not let him get an easy single.
Yeah. Foster bowling a very good line and length. Khan able to take a big stride, play it on the up, and get one off one of possibly Foster's sort of best ball. So you'd like to see long off come up and stop that. Except that if he bowls too full and straight, it's going to be boundaries, but not want to concede runs for your good balls. I
think that's exactly right. For me, he's hit one through the covers, which was a slower ball. He can clearly hit the ball through the covers hard. I'd like to have long off up and a straight extra cover, so that if he hits it hard, you just stop it and there's no run. And if he's going to hit a really good shot for 4, he's going to hit it for 4. I think yeah, I prefer to have long off up there. You know, he's taken the single off the last ball of the over, and he's now facing Tom Newell, and he's got his iron. So, yeah, I mean that's a personal preference. I think I very much like to be very tight and prevent singles even from the good batsmen.
Thanks, Ben. Now, Newell did take the edge of Khan earlier. In he comes. Khan's behind that. Once again is able to take an easy single with a defensive shot. Mid-on, now at long-on. Comes in and picks that up. Newell shaping the ball into the right-handed Khan with 4 on the leg side, but Khan's still able to take a single. Now with Hamid on strike, Newell bowled 5 balls at him last time. Goes for the full ball, hits him on the foot. Choked appeal. Nothing serious about that appeal. Ben Siddell talking about tactics. We're in the Middlesex League here in London. Green wicket. The game shortened to 33 overs a side. If you've played in this league, or please tell us your thoughts on tactics, or ask your questions of Ben. If you've played cricket in other parts of the country or other parts of the world, ask your questions of Ben, or make suggestions of how you approach the game where you are. We understand there are several thousand people watching at any one time. We look forward to your comments. So just a back of a length there, ball there that actually didn't bounce very much. It seemed to just keep a bit lower. Is that the nature of the bowler that Tom is compared to Ed Foster?
Yeah, perhaps more of a skiddy bowler. I mean, not a short man by any means, but perhaps a bit more of a skiddy action, and maybe that shorter ball not quite coming through. Perhaps also the end he's bowling from as well. Highgate occasionally having a bit more bounce from the North London end, hitting the ridge. Sometimes better value for the faster seamer.
Tom Newell running up the hill today from the Holly end, encouraged by Will Bowley at first slip. These two already teamed up for the first wicket of the day. Newell taking the edge, Will Bowley holding on at first slip. Nice take from Johan de Silva, and an excellent over, just the 1 run from it. The match evenly poised. Ben, the score's 50 for 1 after 8 overs. What's your verdict?
Yeah, I think there's a chance both sides would have taken that, wouldn't they? I think certainly Osterley will be pleased that it appears their main man is in. Highgate, I think, to have got an early wicket would be pleased. You don't want to let the openers get away. Perhaps slightly disappointed not to have restricted a few more of those boundaries. I think some of the ground fielding maybe let a few more runs through. But I think 50 for 1, as you say, very nicely poised. A wicket here at the change would make a big difference, wouldn't it?
Ed Foster frustrated. Catch went down. The changed camera angle still revealing his bald spot. It's been a rough day for him.
I'm sure those of you watching from Salisbury will be reflecting on the man that left the club 10 years ago and what he's become as he's come down to that London.
In comes Khalid. Left arm spin. And Khan immediately watchful. So green day here seemed to open both ends, but now the introduction spin. Khan watchful to begin. He looks around the field. 4 on the leg side, including a deep mid wicket. 5 on the offside. And Khan picks out Thaxton of the mid wicket boundary. Hit very hard, and Thaxton takes comfortably at 1 bounce.
Yeah, and did he pick it up a touch late? There were a few, very, very, very hard to get into those, isn't it? It's a hard, low shot. I mean, very close to being a flat 6, but certainly Khan not holding himself back from going for his big shots, even though there is a man out. So we might get an interesting chance in there soon.
Yeah, dark day, shadows under the trees. Could be hard to pick the ball up in the deep.
And would you have gone for spin at this stage in the game, Joe? I mean, no.
So the scorecard listing Adnan Khalid, he's an off spinner. This is the left arm Jay Shah bowling. Just creeping the ball past the inside edge of the batsman. He's in. Hamid watchful. Well, I think it's a good move. I don't know what other bowling options Highgate have today, but Khan scoring quickly, particularly off Foster. It's just 33 overs, and I think you want to see whether pace off can change the course of the game. I mean, I think 50 for 1 off 8. I think actually they've scored quickly, and I think it's a little dangerous, the run rate, and so I think it's good to be proactive and see if you can change things. But he slipped down the leg side there. De Silva couldn't get across, and it's another 4. If you're not on your game at Highgate, if you make a mistake, don't get across there, for example, it's 4 runs. It's expensive, so it's important to be precise.
Yeah, a lot of grounds you're getting, fine leg makes that and it's a single, and you don't notice it so much. That happens 3 or 4 times at Highgate, and as you say, the score can really build. Normally quite a good pitch for this type of bowler, a finger spinner just back of a length. Certainly we'll all, fans of the club will remember Craig Gourlay, who did very well with this type of bowling at this ground for many years.
A lot of people remember Craig Gourlay, his success, his celebrations, never shy to celebrate. Famously.
One of the great appealers, often down on 1, 2 knees. Really had a good way with the umpires, I think, fair to say as well. Brought himself a few wickets in that way.
So, who's popular with the umpires here in this Highgate team? Andrew Newton, famously curmudgeonly, second 11 umpire. Who's he friends with? Does Tom Newell have a good relationship? And who does he not get on with?
Yeah, interesting. I can't imagine Tom Newell kind of, bending his ear much, really. I think he'd be from the more...
rare back of the length ball, and beautifully timed, and 4 down the hill.
And actually, certainly for Tom, that will feel like a bit of a shame, because this batsman is Hamid, the number 3.
Hamid
certainly hasn't really hit. I believe that's his first boundary, is it?
It's his first boundary.
First boundary, and hasn't quite looked flowing yet. So Tom will be annoyed to have let him get off the mark with a shorter ball like that, when he's been keeping it bay quite well with the full ball. And actually, he looked pretty vulnerable to a full ball earlier on.
Yeah. Congratulations to Hamid for capitalising straight away. A fuller ball hits him on the foot, but not a serious appeal. Newell still shaping it in clearly, and as he has done throughout this spell, adjusting well. Previous ball disappointed, short of a length. Hamid putting it away excellently. Newell immediately correcting, beating the inside edge. And that's a great shot from Hamid again. That's 6 over wide, long off. Did he hold that ball back, Newell, or it was just a tempter outside off?
Hard to say from here. Maybe it didn't look like it had quite the same zip on it, did it? But just looked like a confident shot. I think the kind of shot that at Highgate, if you play with confidence, the shorter straight boundaries, if you back yourself, you can go through it and hit it for 6, can't you?
A magnificent shot.
And a good response.
Yeah, another good response. But that was a beautiful shot. So he met the ball. It was full, but it was not half volley. He kept his shape and kept his hands through the ball, and it went for 6 over straight extra cover or wide long off. A fantastic cricket shot here at Shepherd's Cot today.
Was that a shot you had in your locker, Joe, that one?
I hit it over the top of the tree, 40 feet higher than that, and into the tennis courts, usually.
Just a little bit of light rain falling. I don't think it will bother the umpires too much. Doesn't look like it's going to be any heavier than this, but conditions changing a little bit. Maybe that'll make things more difficult for the fielders as one comes across to the offside.
Grey skies, a little bit of a breeze. In comes Newell. Beats the edge again.
And you were asking earlier, Joe, about, Andy Newton's favourite cricketers. I mean, certainly Adnan Khalid not playing today. I'm not sure whether he's up with the first team, whether he's unavailable. Certainly, Nudge would describe him as one of his favourite cricketers of all time. From any team, international or club. So certainly, Nudge never needs too much encouragement to give him an LBW.
Adnan always bowls from his end.
Always bowls from Nudge's end. But not playing today, so I wonder. I mean, I think he's got a lot of respect for Scott Thaxton as a hard-working club man, and never gives up. Like he's Nudge's kind of cricketer, I think. Scott Thaxton.
In comes Shah, left arm spinner at Hamid. Hamid watching, defends it out to mid wicket. Four on the leg side. Shah bowls. And Hamid beats square leg. And they just take one. It's a sliding stop from Newell. Brings Khan back on strike. So once again, this field, a square leg in the ring, a deep cow corner, a short mid wicket, a deep long on. Then on the offside, a long off, a deep cover, extra cover and a point in the ring, and Will Bowley at first slip. Just over pitched. Foster's there at long on. Put his cap on. Not sure whether it's to protect his eyes from the sun or if he's aware of the camera. Worked nicely by Hamid. In comes Thaxton.
I've heard that, much like Dorian Gray, Foster has a picture of himself in an attic, age 21.
His hair's getting longer.
Yeah. And this looks like it could be the matchup, doesn't it? Jay Shah against opening batsman Khan.
That's a powerful stroke, hit very hard. One bounce into the brick scoreboard. You may be able to have heard that at home. Foster unable to get round and cut that off. That confidence, can't early on watching those, now confident enough to hit through them.
And he certainly hits a flat ball, doesn't he? There's a few of those have been one bounce fours, come very fast to the boundary. And let's see what he does here. This is a key moment in the game, you tend to feel.
Played on the ground and jogged through. Foster able to stop that one. So, with 11 overs bowled, the score is 77 for 1. Khan 36 off less. Hamid is on 16 off 21. Osterley in a strong position here, Ben.
Yeah, looking strong now, certainly. Going at 7 and over. And this is an interesting bowling change. We've got Scott Thaxton coming on from the Georgians Tennis Club end, replacing Tom Newell, who I don't know. I might think could feel slightly unlucky to have been taken off there. Thought he hit his lengths quite well still, although he was hit for a few more boundaries last over, wasn't he?
Yeah, promising spell from Newell now. As the rain picks up a little bit and Thaxton sets his field, tell us about Scott Thaxton. What does he bowl and what will he be trying to do?
What does he bowl? Well, no one knows yet what he bowls. It's been 10 years and we still haven't quite got to the bottom of it. Those of you who know him well will know he's a keen football fan, and that's his Norwich tattoo proudly on his calf. Likes to mix it up. He's going to probably start with a little kind of leg break here. Let's see. A kind of flat leg break, if you could call it that. More of a kind of front of the hand. Not much revolutions. It's more about the flight and the placement of the ball, I think, for Scott.
Scott Thaxton, mystery spinner, fielding very well off his first ball. Bowls it kind again. Ooh. A mystery bowler and an excellent fielder, Scott Thaxton.
Certainly one of the best. I think one of the best fielders off his own bowling I've seen. He was a promising academy goalkeeper as a footballer in his youth, and you can see those reflexes when the ball gets hit back at him from short distance.
And dragged that short. It's hit out to deep mid wicket where it's fielded. And sometimes saying, good fielder of his own bowling, sometimes that's a euphemism for a selfish player. But just to be clear, that's absolutely not what you're saying. He's a fantastic fielder.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's more the he makes stops off his own bowling that just because of the situation of being 10, 15 yards away. His reflexes are phenomenal. And yeah.
Here he is now, Hamid facing him for the first time. And that one's flighted a lot more. It's a mystery what comes out of his hand, and he has something of the wizard. There's a lot of elbows, a lot of forearms and cocked wrists, both hands. You can see as a batsman there's a lot going on in front of you as he comes into bowl now.
And he looks like he's found a nice spot there, looking mostly to be kind of his trademark kind of leg break, and you will see the occasional in-swing, which I think is a really dangerous ball from him. Similar kind of flight, but he'll have one that with the seam up that swings back in.
Just over pitched, hit to the shortish extra cover. A reasonable start there from Thaxton. One bad ball, only gave away a single because his field was in the right place. Just the one over from it.
I think that's it at the moment. If Highgate can have a few overs where they let the run rate settle a bit, take one or two from them, I think that's a success, isn't it?
Osterley 78 for 1 from 12, so a 33 over game. After 11 they were on 77, perhaps looking to post a target, perhaps 220. I mean, it could be a lot more or a lot less according to the rest of the game, but that's a very challenging total in just a 33 over game.
Yeah. Certainly. What would you feel is par here, Joe, today?
Well, 33 over game. I would think 185. 185, 190, and Khan using his power there to hit over wide, long off, just clearing the ropes, 6 runs. Shah deliberately bowling the ball outside off because Khan's looked very strong, straight, and on the leg side, but having enough power, even though the ball was outside off stump, to keep his shape and hit a 6 over wide, long off. Shah's going to have to use all his tricks if he wants to contain Khan here, who moves on to 43 of 42 balls. I think par 185, that kind of area, but I haven't played here for 15 years, so...
Yeah, you've got to think 200 is a good score, isn't it? If you can get 200, you've got a very good chance of defending it.
Quicker one from Shah, but the bounce defeats him, and Khan reluctantly perhaps jogs to get off strike, giving the impression maybe he would have preferred to remain on strike, which tells a story. Here's Hamid. Bit of dip, and that's just defended out to mid-wicket. It's fielded nicely. Good length ball, timed nicely, out to cover on the boundary.
They look quite different styles of player to me. Hamid looking a lot more comfortable with a bit of room outside the off stump, letting his arms flow. Khan preferring the ball straighter, using his power.
Khan the bigger man. Here comes Shah. Now that's top-edged, but still clears the scoreboard. A top-edged slog sweep. But clears the scoreboard at wide, long on, and lands some 15 yards over the boundary. Certainly the power to clear the ropes easily here, Khan.
And so frustrating for the bowler that, he's got to feel like, and as that says, Khan reaches 50, isn't it, in fact? Is that right, is he? Maybe they're just clapping enthusiastically. Certainly as a bowler, you feel like you might have beaten him there. He's really had a good swipe at that. Perhaps top-edged it up in there, you hope that lands to a fielder. So frustrating to see it go for 6 on small ground, but such is bowling spin at Highgate. I think you do get the sense that he hits a very clean balls, but a few that have been close. The one over long off was very close to being caught. That one as well, not so much control. So Highgate will be hoping that he'll miss cue one up and someone will be underneath it.
Osterley motoring 92 for 1 after 13 overs. The 1 wicket falling to Tom Newell, who took the edge of Whitney, held at first slip by Will Bowley. Here's Thaxton for his second over. Bowling at Hamid. In he comes. Hamid opens his hands but can't beat point. Thaxton with just 4 fielders on the offside, plus the slip, so 5 in total. He's got a backward point, a deep cover on the boundary, long off on the boundary, and extra cover in the ring. He's got a cow corner, square leg saving one, mid wicket saving one, and a long on. Goes past the edge. Thaxton, this mystery bowler, mixing up leg breaks and in swingers. Started well.
Yeah, good start. Nice and consistent with his flight and his length.
Slower. Mix up at cover, but there's no single.
And that's it. His pace is what he'll vary. You know, he's bowled slow there. He's going to hope that the batsman goes over the top of one or takes the rough and misses it. Certainly using variation in pace to get his wickets.
Elbows out. Bowls. Oh,
he's got him.
He's got him.
Fantastic.
Thaxton's sort of heartbeat of any team he plays in. Brilliant fielder, always switched on, someone who gives his best, and getting an important breakthrough there for Highgate.
Yeah, fantastic. He's often referred to as a golden arm kind of bowler. You know, there'd be very often games where he'd be in there, you know, running around in the field for 35 overs. He'd get the nod and come on first over and just force a batsman to make a mistake. You know, he's that kind of bowler. People sometimes think they're not sure what's going on with the ball. I think, well, there's not too much to this. They have a swing and they take their eye off it, and he's certainly done that there.
Thaxton slowing the ball down, getting Hamid playing out in the covers, and then a bit quicker, whereas generally the ball's been leaving, just coming in and cramping him. Someone, Ben, you said, likes to open his arms, time the ball well through the offside, suddenly cramped, played onto the stumps. Yeah,
really good wicket that for Thaxton. And as you say, real heartbeat of the team. I mean, played a lot of cricket with him over the years, and I remember one season, maybe must be 6 or 7 years ago now, for Highgate in the second team. We had a real good run of winning time cricket games, and he was completely invaluable. You know, he would come on, got quite a few 5-wicket hauls, and a really one of those bowlers who was always making the batsman play. You know, he's often bowling straight. He's bowling balls you have to play at, and really useful wicket taker to have in your team. And as you say, real passion, real flair, passion for the game, and real good attitude.
Some pleasing strokes from Hamid. Promised a lot that knock. The 6 over wide long off the highlight, but he's gone. And here is Buttar, who gets off strike with the first ball, played out to cover. Rawson fields, and an excellent over. So Thaxton's bowled 2 overs. 2 overs, I think 2 for 2. 1 for 2, 1 wicket for 2 runs off his 2 overs. And in the context of this game, we're still Osterley 93 for 2 of just 14 overs. Still on top, I think, but with that wicket falling, whilst Khan is still at the crease, Osterley still in the driving seat, but obviously a welcome wicket for Highgate.
Yeah, I think so. You'd have to agree. While Khan's still there, Osterley certainly looking on top, and they have the runs on the board, but really promising signs for Highgate. Not only has Thaxton been able to get the breakthrough wicket, you know, albeit of the batsman with fewer runs, but he's been able to keep the runs down, which is vital. It means that whoever's at this end has a bit more freedom if the runs are choked at the other end. And I think so important is that when you're bowling in partnerships like that, you know, if one person can keep the runs down, affords their bowling partner a bit more freedom to try things and take wickets.
Okay, Rabagliati ringing the changes here. Shah unlucky with a couple of top edges, but now Varney's on. And just flicking the pads and running down for 4 leg byes there. So Ashi Varney coming on, a leg spin bowler. Adar Varney. Rabagliati's continuing with spin, but trying leg spin now from the North London end.
Yeah, and Adar's kind of I don't know, perhaps a flatter leggy, not a real fizzing high flight revs leggy, but a kind of a flatter, maybe what you might call a kind of one day style leg spinner, but normally very accurate bowler, and
dries his hands, comes in at Buttar. Just over pitch there now. It's a race. Sachin's going to cut it off at cow corner.
And I guess Rabagliati hoping for control here. I think Adar's someone who can, in tandem with Thaxton, both of them should be able to hit their line and lengths and maybe just control the run rate for a bit to give Highgate time to.
Barney also with a 5-4.
Hard to see what happened that ball as Foster, despite being nowhere near the action, stood over and
And a huge shot. A huge shot from Khan into Fern Park Cricket Ground. Played with a lot of time and confidence and hit very cleanly, Ben Siddell. It's an Italian poplar. Varney firing the ball at leg stump, the kind of line that can cramp up a batsman if they're not in form. Khan all the time to open up and the confidence to watch the ball and swing cleanly. Beautiful bat swing, and the ball sailing miles over the Italian poplar into Fern Park Cricket Ground next door.
Kind of a 9-iron kind of shape for the golfers out there.
He's gone again. It's not as big, but nevertheless it's a big 6, bouncing back off the trunk of the tree. Varney under huge pressure, Rabagliati under pressure. Osterley passing 100 with the first 6, now on 110. 17 runs already this over with a ball to go. It's a terrible feeling at the top of your mark on a small ground with a batsman who's set. Maybe the ball's a little wet today too. Doesn't feel right in your hand. Here comes Varney. Well bowled, very well bowled, and Khan content to play it back.
Couple of great strikes there, Joe. Yeah, certainly looks like he's found his rhythm, doesn't he, Khan?
Khan on 62 of just 48 balls. Potentially already a match-winning knock. A fantastic start here. Buttar at the other end, just new to the crease. We are 15 overs into this 33-over game. Osterley on 110 for 2 in a commanding position.
Yeah, Rabagliati now certainly hoping that Thaxton will be able to give him another low-scoring over just to put a bit of a rain on things for an over or so. Will Bowley warming up at first slip. Interesting.
So 2 seamers used at the start of the innings. Since then, 3 spinners. Will Bowley also a spinner, an off spinner, which we haven't had bowl yet. Here comes it, the mystery spin of Thaxton. But just getting an inside edge, looking to launch that and defeated.
Hard, isn't it, when you're the partner of someone who's just smashing 6 all over the ground? You kind of want a bit of it for yourself, don't you? Often.
Bottom edge, the ball runs away, and certainly Rabagliati from point doing a better effort of chasing than Will Bowley from first slip, who didn't really look interested, perhaps thinking about getting ready to bowl.
I think you've been very generous to assume that was Rabagliati. I don't think his knee would have gotten that far. I believe that's Casper Everett at point.
Thank you. Eyes and memory, not what they were. Thaxton in. Teasing length, but he's overpitched it. There's a fielder under it, but that's 6 more. Again, when it comes off the bat, it's a toe of the bat. You think the fielder's in with a chance, but Highgate's a small ground. It's another 6 to the total.
Couple of metres either way, and that could have been, would have been straight down long on's throat on most other grounds.
Thaxton getting that one wrong, drying the ball now. Buttar's first boundary, actually second boundary, he got the bottom edge that went through past the keeper for 4, but his first convincing boundary. Flatter and hit hard just behind point where it's fielded by Rawson. and just a single. You mentioned earlier the energy of the Highgate field when they took the first wicket. Now perhaps looking, shoulders a little more sloped, energy just gone a little bit.
Yeah, you have to say, don't you? You'd like to hear a bit more from them, just a bit more buzz.
Quicker and gone.
Brilliant
Quicker
bowling.
and gone.
Fantastic bowling.
Yeah, fast, and that's a huge wicket.
Really big wicket.
Khan goes 62 runs, a brilliant knock from him. Thaxton's been floating the ball, teasing the batsman, and they're firing one full and straight. A big wicket, but let's just take a moment to appreciate a fantastic knock from Khan, who hit the ball very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got Osterley off to a great start there. And really didn't, until they didn't look in too much trouble really throughout his knock, and hit some very clean sixes.
So, wrapped on the pads, bang in front. Andrew Newton confirming your view that Thaxton's popular with him. He didn't take long to make that decision. Perhaps he's seen that delivery plenty of times before, knew what he was looking at, and gave that decision very confidently. A big wicket. Osterley still in a good position, but now two new batsmen at the crease. Buttar has struck a boundary, 13 off 7, but and timed the ball very nicely out to point for 1, but still very much new. And there's a new batsman joining him here, Arif. So we'll see whether Highgate can use this wicket to wrestle back. They've got a fingernail back in the game. Can they turn it into a handhold? Or are Osterley going to continue with their aggressive run plundering?
It's really all happening, isn't it, Joe? We've got wickets, runs, it's all happening very quickly. Certainly, as you say, Osterley perhaps on top, but a couple of quick wickets there, and interesting to see how these two new batsmen go against the slow bowlers now. Will they be able to continue the hitting that we've seen from Khan, or will they look to just rebuild a little bit, knock the ball around?
Yeah, a reminder, this is a shortened game. 33 overs a team, 33 overs a side because of overs lost to rain. The score here, 122 for 3 to Osterley off 16 overs. Shorter form cricket, all action. We've had a very good slip catch, 1 or 2 going down, some fantastic stroke play, and some clever bowling from Thaxton. Savani now gets to start again. His last over was all bowled at Khan with destructive results. He'll be very pleased to see Khan gone. There's bowls here at Arif, who's new to the crease. Arif watching that first ball. Here comes Varney. Nicely flighted. Varney losing his shape a little bit. It's played out to wide mid-wicket where Rawson fields, bringing Buttar on strike. Both batsmen looking to be very positive.
Certainly, and you can see Rabagliati's kept the same field as he had for Khan, so clearly he's assuming as well that they're both going to continue to take on the bowler and look to score freely.
5 on the leg side for Varney. Buttar, they look for 1, but Buttar's not interested. So Rabagliati, he's got 5 on the leg side for Varney. He's got a deep square leg and a deep cow corner, mid-wicket in saving 1, backward square leg saving 1, and a long on. Just 4 on the offside. Varney flights that nicely. On the offside, backward point, extra cover, both saving 1, and then a deep cover point and a long off on the boundary, protecting the rope. In comes Varney again. Just over pitched, mid wicket's good enough to cut that off. You can see the confidence in Varney this over in comparison to when he was bowling at Khan, who's hitting the ball so cleanly. Very understandable.
Definitely a bit more spring in his step, isn't there, in his run up? And
out of the back of his hand there.
Looks to be getting in quicker between balls, and that over you can see he's gone in, a minute or so, and he's through. And a couple of runs conceded, perhaps 2. Certainly not many.
Just 1 off the over.
1 off the over. And I wonder if it'll be playing on the batsman's mind. It's you don't play time cricket towards the end of the season in this league, the last 5 games, which certainly is good for results, but normally 44 overs. So this reduced format, 33 overs, you can be unsure how fast to play it, can't you? Especially when you lose someone who's been scoring freely, and they've got to be wondering whether to go all out or whether to rebuild for a few overs here.
A good connection and just a couple of bounces out to extra cover. So Arif reaching out to that one and happy to hit through it. My sense is that the way they're going to play it is fast. I think they're going to keep coming.
Yeah.
And I think, a 33 over game, I think it's a good format to look to be positive, and Osterley's certainly doing that.
Yeah, certainly the Osterley teams I've played in the past have always looked to score quickly. Whether that's posting or chasing, from what I remember.
Paxton again. Already 2 wickets to his name. Arif waits. Quicker and he's over pitch, but he's mishit that. Long off coming in, a big dive, can't get it. And it's just 1 run.
Very frustrating for the fielders.
That one in the air a long time, falling maybe 10 yards short of the boundary at a very straight extra cover, long off, running round, put the slide in, but couldn't get it. The rain coming down a little heavier now. Staxton bowls. Quicker ball. Down the leg side. 4 wides. If you're just off, pay the price.
Yeah, frustrating for the bowler. Thaxton, normally not the kind of bowler who minds so much the boundaries. He's happy if he sees people playing aggressively, I think that's good for him. If someone's trying to take him on, he's going to feel like he has a chance to sneak one through. So he won't mind the big shot out to long off there.
Butter on strike. Thaxton drying the ball. In he comes. Elbows pointing. Quicker again, but middled. Wide of square leg. 4 runs. So unless that went straight to hand, that was always going to be 4. Hit hard. A full toss on leg stump.
I think that's a loose ball, isn't it? It's probably his first kind of real loose ball so far. And yeah, got the treatment it deserved, I think it's fair to say.
Highgate second 11 under pressure here from Osterley. There's some hands on hips. A few wickets have fallen, 3 down, but runs coming very fast. Osterley on 137 of 17.5 overs.
But a fairly strong batting team selected from Highgate this week. So you've got to think they have the ability to chase whatever Osterley posts. Whether they do or not, we'll see. But certainly with Will Bowley playing in the 2s this week and some other strong top order batsmen, certainly a strong chasing team from Highgate, I think.
Paxton trying the ball. And he comes. Floated. Buttar looking for one, not able to take it. Casper in from deep gully to cut that off. Casper to the older eye, looking a bit like Rabagliati. Here comes Thaxton again. Flighted, finding his control again. Buttar, you sense wanting to strike the ball. And that's a big hit. Big swing and a big hit. Clearing the boundary, clearing the sponsor signs at Cow Corner. Buttar backing himself, trusting his eye, trusting his hands, and hitting that cleanly. And another very good over for Osterley as they finish the over. The score now 143 for 3 of 18 overs. There's still 15 overs left in this game. They're already on 143 for 3, and they look like setting a formidable total here.
Yeah, certainly. Unless there's a few wickets, Highgate are going to be staring down the barrel of something definitely in the kind of 250 plus mark. You'd imagine. Yeah, big decisions here. We've got the slow bowlers both being taken for 6s, and Highgate looking like they have more slow options than seam options. So interesting to see how they'll continue to go.
So the same field again for Varney. 5 on the leg side, 4 on the offside. 5 fielders out of the ring. In comes Varney, bowling at Arif, who's watchful. Arif in a wide-brimmed hat, Buttar in a cap. Arif looking to run that down, but beaten there off the pitch.
Joe, you've been playing a lot of cricket out in India. Playing spin in India compared to playing spin over here. You know, what have you learned from that?
Fantastic. In comes Varney. Flights that one. Fantastic effort from Foster. You may have caught that on the camera. Superman effort. Not able to stop the ball as hits that hard over long on. Just clearing a diving Foster who had a brilliant effort. So, I mean, you know, the way that you play spin in India is very, very positively. And it's the basics that everyone talks about really using your feet, but making a quick decision. And when you come down the wicket, so coming down the wicket a lot, but when you do, being very aggressive with how far you come down the wicket. So you're trying to make a quick decision and then really get down, not just shuffle down, but really get down the wicket. Or if you can, get back, going right back. Trusting yourself to play the pull shot. And the ball will sometimes keep low, but it's slow. So even if it keeps low, you can adjust and you can play that shot. So being decisive and being aggressive. And Arif hits that one very cleanly. 6 runs over long off. Beautiful strike from Arif. You saw he defended the first ball of this over, looked round at the field, and you sensed he was weighing it up and deciding where to go. And 2 beautiful 6s there. Perhaps the second one more impressive even than the first.
I think so, yeah. Inside out shape. Confident hitting, isn't it? Oh.
Struggles much more with that back of a length where he kind of looks to fiddle it a bit, doesn't he? He gets his weight back without moving his feet, and he tries to use the pace when there isn't any pace.
Yeah, you've got to think if, you know, I don't know if Adarsh has a googly in there, but, you know, a kind of back of the length, or maybe even a straight on, you might think a chance to play on, perhaps.
Hit hard and clean. Foster going for it.
Brilliant dive.
Another brilliant effort, but he can't cut it off. You asked about playing spin in India. I think another thing is sometimes there's a temptation to use the pace and either run it down through third man area or go back and play back foot punch. And I've found it's actually much more productive to play more pull shots when there isn't pace on the ball. Of course, if there is width, you can run the ball down, but often running the ball down or trying to back foot punch a ball when there isn't pace on it, there's not much reward. The best you'll get is 1. Whereas a pull shot, even when the ball's outside off stump, the best you'll get is 4 or 6, and you'll often get 1. So just on the kind of
interesting
shot selection.
And fairly low risk, I suppose. If you're playing right back, you know, you're watching that ball all the way. The deviation's happened already as you're playing the pull shot, hasn't it? You've seen the deviation, and then you're watching just a ball that's coming to you flat.
Varney's had a tough day. He has bowled a lot of good balls that he's seen go for 6. Bowling leg spin at Highgate, you know, can be fantastic. The ball will grip, it will get bounce and spin. But if the batsman attacks you, has luck when he needs it and plays some good shots, as these batsmen have today, it can be a very expensive day at the office. The score now 159 for 3. Buttar and Arif have continued the fast scoring. We saw it from Khan earlier on, and we've got a bowling change. So Rabagliati changing things up again. He's bringing Foster back. I'm not sure whether Foster requested to bowl from the Holly Park end because his bald spot won't be in view, or whether this is a tactical change to do with ends. But all jokes aside, an important move here, bringing Seam back. These 2 bowlers haven't faced Seam. Over to you, Ben.
Yeah, I think something had to be done, didn't it? I think sometimes you just have to make the change to do something. And at the moment, with 2 two leg spinners on. It's hard work, isn't it, Highgate? As you said, you can bowl 5 or 6 good balls, and really still a couple of them are there to be hit. Just the nature of leg spin. If you haven't got long boundaries to defend with, you're gonna go for some runs. And I think having leg spin at both ends at the moment is not what Highgate needs. So he'll be hoping that either Foster can just control the game a little bit from this end, or maybe sneak a wicket, but certainly protect the shorter leg side boundary at this end.
Yeah, short leg side boundary to Foster bowling up the hill. He has 5 on the leg side currently, so he's got a long off, cover saving one, backward point saving one. He's got a deep cover, and now he's moved fine leg over. So back to 5 on the offside. He's got a third man, backward point, deep extra cover, cover in the ring, and a long off. And then on the leg side, he's got mid wicket and square leg in the ring. He's got a cow corner and a long on, and in comes Foster. And
good old swing there.
Buttar not having a look. It's his first look at Foster, not deciding to have a look. Instead, a great big shot. Beautiful shot, to be honest.
No slip, no gully. You're going to back yourself that if you get anything on that, it's a good catch from the keeper.
Yeah, so Newell, you could be in the game here at third man. He's just by us in the commentary team. An outside edge is going to fly down here to third man. Quicker from Foster. And not much foot movement there from Buttar, and he beats the bat. And it's through to De Silva.
And certainly Foster trying to hold a bit of a wider line. Certainly 2 batsmen who, when the ball's been anywhere near straight, have been quite happy to hit hard and straight back at where it's came from. So slightly wider line and hoping to contain that way.
Foster going full, perhaps giving Buttar what he wanted, and it's just one as Rawson fields. We talked about heartbeats in the team. Thaxton, Foster's another one. He's not had his best day. Expensive to start with. Struggling now, he's past 30, but the Salisbury man always puts in 100% effort. He's running in hard for his captain and his team here up the hill today.
Yeah, so he should. You've got to have a workhorse on your team, haven't you? You've got to have someone to send up the hill.
Yeah, good term, especially less talented, but doing his best to compensate for that with effort.
All you can do is your best, isn't it, Joe?
Genuinely wholehearted effort here. Buttar on strike. He's put a helmet on since Foster came into the attack, so perhaps inviting the short ball. Here comes Foster up the hill. And he held it back, and he has beaten him. It's a skyer, but it can't be stopped by mid-wicket running round to cow corner, a couple of bounces, it's 4. But not quite getting hold of that, but probably happy that he was hitting into a gap, and it's 4 runs.
Again, quite well bowled from Foster there. He has beaten him with a slow ball, as you say, and unfortunate not to get any better reward, but he'll still take a bit of a boost from the fact that he's beaten him in the flight there. So maybe see what he does here. Will he mix up the pace again? All the calls there.
So a mixture of some very good cricket and some very bad cricket. Nicely timed down to gully, fielded by Casper moving around to his left. Originally, the non-striker, Arif, was well out of his crease. Casper shying at the stumps. I think he would have been out if he'd hit. The ball carrying through to long on where it's misfielded, and Osterley able to take some runs there. Foster a little unlucky. He has had a rough day.
Yeah, I think I've always been encouraging fielders throwing those kind of balls. I think you've got to have a go, haven't you? And the change for Highgate here looks like Will Bowley come on here. So I haven't seen him bowl this year. His cap is off. Umpire Andy Newton just jogging over to the scorebox, undoubtedly with some kind of moan about the correct overs being on the board, or the runs being on somehow. It looks like he might be going for a ball change. I don't know whether that's because the original ball has been lost, or because it's lost its shape, but it appears the umpires have decided that they're going to change the ball here. And perhaps Highgate hoping that that's going to work in their favour. I think at this point, you hope that anything will make the difference, and perhaps a new ball might do something different. And so we have got Will Bowley bowling off spin. Have you seen him bowl in league cricket before, Joe?
I have seen Will Bowley bowl before. I've never seen him bowl in league cricket. So I remember as a young man, he used to bowl wrong leg in swing. And then as an adult, he does give it a rip. But I haven't seen him bowl in league cricket. You have, I assume.
I have. He's he kind of is, definitely as a youngster was more of a fast bowler, or attempted to, and he's one of those bowlers got a nice kind of repeatable action in theory. Gives it a bit of zip, and kind of a dart bowler, I guess. One day off spinner, bowls it quite fast, and if you can put it on the spot, you could get through 6 balls quickly and hope that you've not gone for too many runs. So I think definitely worth doing something, isn't it, here?
Yeah, the leg spinners have gone the distance. The left arm spinners have gone the distance. The hit the deck bowlers have gone the distance. I think the left arm swing of Newell effective early on. Now an off spinner. The score is 165 for 3 of 20 overs. Osterley in a very strong position as Bowley comes on at the North London end. The sun is out here at Shepherd's Cot today, and we've got a special guest going to be joining the commentary team in about 5 minutes. Former Highgate great, a legend, good dancer, terrible singer, Elliot Sherrington. I'm not sure we're going to try and arrange subtitles. He's from Wigan. It's not easily understandable, but he'll be on the commentary team in a few minutes.
Great to hear.
Bowley just getting his field right. 5 on the leg side for Bowley as he comes in to bowl his first ball. And as Sudell, as you said, Ben, a dart straight up. So he's got a long off. He's got a long on, a straight cow corner, and a deep mid wicket. He's got fine leg and mid wicket saving singles, and then on the offside he's got a deep cover point and long off. Another straight ball, just back of a length, but bowled flat enough that Buttar can't free his arms. Buttar definitely wants a flighted ball up on off stump here to hit. That is definitely what he's thinking about. Flat batted, Sachin, Rawson drops it. So flat batted there to Rawson at wide long on. He came in a few steps and he'll be disappointed not to hang on to that.
Yeah, you can see his frustration there. Bowley inducing the error from the batsman, and he'll be disappointed that hasn't been taken.
Rawson disappointed, but getting a lot of support from his teammate there, Foster, who's commiserating with him and telling him not to worry about it.
I think Foster most relieved it hadn't come to him, to be perfectly honest.
Bowley's darts effective so far. Arif, having a look at the first one. Sorry, this is Buttar here. A big swing, but from the shape of the shot, you'd think it was going down leg. We're not in line, although the ball did bounce from his pads to the offside. And Bowley, so far, the batsman not able to get hold of him. So it's Arif with the helmet on here. Already dropped. Sachin Rawson unable to hold on. Here comes Bowley. Another dart
and
hit beautifully over long on. Bowley just over pitching. It's on leg stump, middle and leg. But Arif able to open up his front foot and hit that cleanly over long on. 6 more.
Yeah, just using his feet there, as we were talking about earlier, and I think turning what was probably a kind of length or back of length ball into a half volley and playing very straight and lofted over mid on. Speaking of Highgate legends, I've spotted Chris Petter lurking in the outfield. He might be along to join us in a second. Interested to see what he has to say.
Chris Pooch Petter, great cricketer from the Taita Cricket Club in New Zealand.
Taita the better.
In the lower hut. A striker of straight sixes. He would have enjoyed that straight 6 there from Arif He hit many of them himself. Good judge of cricket. A bad fashion sense, though. Famous for his fringe suede jackets. Chris Pedder, of course, played for Highgate before the invention of the internet, so he's a little confused. Here comes Foster running in hard. And still showing that effort. He's certainly been on the wrong end today. Batsman taking advantage. A couple of things he'd be disappointed about in the field, but still giving his all.
Yeah, good containing bowling that, isn't it? You know, it's hard to score off. They've snapped one. Bagliati hoping he can just tie this end down for a bit. But Highgate really really looking for a wicket here. I think anything at the moment, needing something to break through this partnership.
Arif on strike with the helmet on. Here comes Foster up the hill. Chris Pedder doesn't know what the internet is. Doesn't know what the internet is. Doesn't know what a live stream is, but he does know where the bar is. So he'll be getting us a couple of pale ales. Foster giving his captain everything up to the crease. You can see Arif wanting to come forward, rocking forward there when the ball's not there. When it is there, he's going to be launching it, but perhaps a bit premeditated with the length that he's looking for. Foster not giving it to him.
That's right. I think Foster's just bowling that. What you might think of his kind of traditional back of length. You know, stopping Arif using that straight drive that he's got. He'll be looking to loft him straight, won't he, if he can?
Beats the bat there. Beats the bat there. Arif going at it very hard. A fuller ball, beaten outside off. Perhaps some seam movement or just the line beating him.
Yeah, maybe a little nibble perhaps. And I think one of those where his head was looking above the trees.
Gone so hard at it. We have seen Arif hit the ball very hard today. Foster giving everything, wanting to get a wicket here. And straying onto the pads, and that's out. And Thaxton's under it, but it bounces before him. Just a single. So miss hit there. Foster beating the outside edge, then going for the full ball, risking it to go for the stumps. Arif actually wanting that, but not getting hold of it really, and chipping it up into the mid-wicket area. Thaxton taking it on the bounce, just a single. Here's Buttar on strike. Big effort from Foster, but just dragging it down the leg side.
Nudge won't be happy about that. Doesn't like giving those wides. And so far a good over this from Foster. I think he'll be pleased. No boundaries. Nearly induced a catch. Doing a good job for his team.
De Silva bothering to get the dive out to stop that one. It's first time he's made that effort today. It's good to see. Not letting that one go for four wides, instead choosing to stop it.
Swallow-like down the leg side. Pouches it. Receiving some heckling from his better half on the sidelines as well.
Yeah, De Silva scored 100 in that historic run chase earlier in the season. Keeping perhaps like he wants a big total to chase.
All batsmen always the same, aren't we?
Big effort here from Fozzie again. Good line and length. Buttar back, times it out to point. And that's a single. So you said it was a good over. A couple of wides you'll be disappointed about, but this has been one of the better overs from Highgate this innings. Through the innings, there's been the odd, good, quiet over, but never a bunch of them together. Highgate never able to get real control here.
Definitely. We had a few from Thaxton, didn't we, when he did, and that did buy a wicket. I think certainly this is the kind of team where if you can bowl 2-3 overs at them that go for a couple each, I think you've got a really good chance of drawing that full shot. I think Highgate just haven't quite had enough overs where they've kept the pressure on. And you saw it there in Foster's over, perhaps the slightly off-pace fuller ball chopped up and nearly the catch for Thaxton out of deep mid-wicket. So you just got to hope here that if Bowley can put another over in that goes for maybe 2 or 3, that it will draw the full shot from the batsman.
178 for 3 off 22 overs. 11 overs left. Osterley in a commanding position. Already 178 runs. Knocked for 1 by Buttar. We were talking earlier on, I thought a par score in a 33 over game might be 185. Osterley already very close to that with more than 10 overs left. You felt 200 was a good score. What do you think they can post today? Flat batted, 1 bounce, Foster stops.
The score, what's the score at the moment, Joe? About 175, 180?
It's just gone to 180 now.
180.
Off 22.2 overs.
Yeah, we think with 2 batsmen having 10 overs to go, you think they'd probably be looking to push between 280 and 300. I think, barring too many more wickets. I'm sure something like 260, 270 would be a very good score. Still very, very defendable. But I'm sure they have aspirations a bit higher than that. I think from here, if Highgate were to keep them to 240, 250, they'd be pleased.
So the batsmen have adjusted to Bowley's bowling back of a length, consistently playing off the back foot, either choosing to flat bat the ball hard down the ground, or else knock either side of the wicket for a single. Bowling consistently just back of a length. Perhaps worried about what will happen if he bowls full. Bowley in.
Oh, he's bowled him.
An attempted reverse sweep there. Bowley's full and straight and beats Arif. Actually a great fun innings from Arif with some brilliant hitting. Tried to reverse sweep, premeditated, and the full dart from Bowley taking his stumps.
Yeah, fantastic innings. And it's batted really well. I'm quite surprised actually. A bit like when Khan left there, I think probably his only kind of full shot really, going for something he probably didn't need to go for actually. And maybe that's the pressure showing. That's Bowley, not giving him those full balls to hit for 6. I think he was looking for something different, and in the end played a shot that perhaps he wasn't as comfortable with, which is a big result for Highgate. I think another quick wicket here, and maybe we could be looking at a much lower score.
181 for 4. Arif 37 runs from I think 25 balls. He played some fantastic shots, some straight sixes, very clean. Was willing to take on fielders, was willing to hit to leg. A little bit of luck here and there, but a very positive contribution. Well played, Arif. Now we have a new batsman at the crease, a left-hander, Khan, and Bowley sets his field now for the left-handed batsman. And I think you're right, Ben. He didn't give them the length that he wanted. They weren't content with the singles they were getting, and decided to be proactive, make a change with the reverse sweep, and lost his wicket as a result.
I mean, that's something we were talking about a bit earlier off air, wasn't it? About playing more positively, certainly English cricket and English timed cricket, and something that perhaps Highgate haven't always done, batted in that way. But certainly something to be said for it, isn't there? I know a lot of batsmen in England, myself included, might be happy to take a few overs for 2 or 3, but Osterley clearly not happy to take those lower scoring overs and trying to push to score off every over, which certainly seems to be working for them quite well at the moment. You have to say.
Yeah, so a 33 over game, and the shorter the cricket, the less important your wicket is.
Right.
And in timed cricket, wickets are crucial. If you don't get out, you can't lose. In limited overs cricket, you're not measuring wickets, you're only measuring runs. And it's not that you're trying to get out, but it's that your wicket doesn't matter. You're trying to make things happen. You're not being reckless, but you're trying to be proactive. Yeah,
interesting thought, the idea of kind of batsmen overvaluing their wickets. I'm sure I've done that most of the time.
Well, that's the credo of the cricket that we grew up playing in England, is to value your wicket highly. And in Test cricket, you can bat for as long as you want. You can wait for the bowlers to be tired and the ball to be tired. But in limited overs cricket, it's prescribed how long you can bat for, and that mindset of understanding that it doesn't matter if you get out is a key to batting with freedom and batting positively. Not recklessly, not foolishly, but with freedom. In comes Foster again. Khan onto his front foot. No run, but again, immediately looking to time the ball.
Threw his hands at that, didn't he? He wasn't trying to play himself in there. Really, was trying to hit that for 4. So perhaps going to follow in the footsteps of the batsman before him and look to push the score along.
Just 4 on the offside for the left-handed Khan, and there's no fielder there. So there's no one behind point on the offside for the left-handed Khan. So if Foster bowls outside off stump and Khan gets anything on it, it will be 4 runs.
I mean, we were talking about captaincy earlier. Something I remember someone said, which maybe a bit of a cliche, but I do think strikes true. Is often you can tell where someone scores their first good runs, where they're going to score, and you can see Khan there with quite an open face, throwing his arms at something wide and scoring twice behind square on the offside. So maybe an area that he is going to look to be comfortable in.
Highgate reinforcing that offside, moving fine leg round to third man as the first beers of the day arrive in the commentary box.
About.
It's the first time I've been down here for 10 years.
Foster in full. Lovely shape, nicely timed by Khan, straight to extra cover.
And as Joe was alluding to earlier, we're joined by a couple of very, very special guests. One of the, for those of you who know Highgate, one of the special things about Highgate as a club is that, you play at Highgate once, you're always part of Highgate. So people do love to come back and visit. And we've got, as we mentioned earlier, Chris Petter here watching and, watching the second team. A second team legend in Elliot Sherrington joining us today as well.
So, this is first team.
Highgate second 11 here. Foster just testing his ankle. Highgate second 11 hosting Osterley here at Shepherd's Cot. The game reduced to 33 overs because of rain, and Osterley in a commanding position. Ben and I have been joined by 2 Highgate legends, but there's problems with both of them. Chris Petter can't join the commentary because he doesn't know what the internet is, and Elliot Sherrington, of course, from Wigan, basically incomprehensible. And they take a quick run, the throw's in, and they're through safely for the single.
Good pick up from bowling.
Oh, is that Bowley?
What do you say? Yeah, exactly. That's just smug southern talk.
Adam is there. Adam is on that person right there. You're going to be out of stumps.
And the other in double play.
Double play.
Oh, wrong game.
So Will Bowley fielding the ball at cover, getting the throw in, De Silva taking the ball and removing the bails with the batsman at home. Now,
Is Will Bowley about to ball spin?
Will Bowley in his third over of spin.
Will Bowley.
Yeah.
No, you're doing
So we've got Elliot Sherrington here's got a view on Will Bowley becoming an off spinner.
lazy cricket.
Bowley in. Full toss, put away by Khan.
So, is everybody else we know? We find Bowley and Jordan.
second 11 game.
Bowley firing it into the legs there for a dot ball. Looking to regain a bit of control.
Bowley now at Buttar. Just lost his length a little bit since Sherrington turned up. Nervous, probably. They're firing it in hard. These batsmen definitely want to attack on the front foot. Bowley not giving it to them. Off spinners bowling back of a length. Elliot Sherrington. What would your what would be your strategy?
6 of a point.
Bowley still firing it. To Silver getting across.
Crowds like to hear reminiscences from the old.
Who's listening this at the moment? Numbers we got. How do we work that out?
A lot of people coming online now as word gets out that Elliot Sherrington is here in the commentary team. It is written into his contract he won't speak until there's 10,000 people in the chat. So as numbers rise, we'll get him on as soon as... Okay, 200 for 4, Osterley, after 25 overs. 8 overs left. 8 overs left to score 200 for 4. Khan with 15 off 12. Buttar with 29 off 20. Buttar's actually had less of the strike since Khan's come in. Khan on strike. And Shah back into the attack. Shah, the left arm spinner. And Buttar squeezes that out to long off for a single. Shah over the wicket for the left-handed Khan. Yep, up in the block hole, and there's no run. 4 on the offside for Shah bowling at Khan. 5 on the leg side. Shah comes in. Oh, and a diving stop at cover, a dive at cover, but he can't stop it. Khan throwing his hands at that, hitting the full toss at head height through extra cover. A dive from cover, despairing, 2 hands, and it's 4 runs.
I think that's Foster out there,
Sherrington, too scared to get on the microphone, but happy to tap me on the leg and tell me he would have caught it. Those who played with Elliot will know that, in fact, he would have got a hand to it and it still would have gone for 4, and then he would have told you that 3 years ago he would have got it.
Well, we were talking earlier about high run chases at home, weren't we? And I'm sure you'll remember the game where Highgate. Did we chase that? I think we chased 330, but we certainly conceded a lot of runs to somebody. I remember Elliot down at Fine Leg letting him off the hook. Is that deep square leg? Deep square leg. Nudge was not too happy. I remember Nudge behind the wickets. I certainly dropped one that day as well. That's it. 10-6 is just a follow up.
Nicely run down by Buttar, and it's the first 2 of the game, I think. Bowley with a slide down here at the boundary rope.
That's because he's not a fan of you definitely bowling pace anymore.
If you're following on the live stream and you can hear some squeaking, it's not a technical fault. It's Elliot Sherrington getting excited.
Do not adjust your sets. Looking very healthy, Elliot. Have you been away? Got a bit of sun? Or food? There you go. Golf trip? So bowling change here. Scott Thaxton rejoining at the North London end. He's changed end. Bowley's taking a break. Rag Bagliati hoping he'll be able to use the change of angle to the left-hander to get that breakthrough wicket that Highgate so desperately need. One out to deep cover from Khan, Rawson Fields. Osterley at 209. 209 for 4. From 27 overs, so we've got... This is the 27th. Big heave from Buttar there. And that's straight down.
Rock solid, and a big wicket. Strong hitting from Buttar. Perhaps starved a bit of the strike. Highgate doing a good job and swallowed nicely there by Dom at long on. Third wicket for Thaxton. Dom looking relieved to have held that catch at long on. It's always pressure when there's a commentary team and a camera nearby. But he made sure of that. And it's a third wicket for Thaxton. 3 for 35. Scored 209 for 5, so perhaps already Osterley have enough runs. Here comes Thaxton again. Elbows. And another one gone. Dom again, safe hands on the boundary. Important at Highgate to put your tallest fielders on the boundary.
Definitely. So Skipper Rabagliati getting the nod of approval from Sherrington, who does know that you do have to put your best fielders where you want them. And he's done end to end there, Dom. He's gone long on to long on, worth it for the trip. 2 catches, and Highgate never in doubt. Very safe hands. Highgate, I wouldn't quite say the upper hand, Joe, but certainly now just holding Osterley back, pulling Osterley back a little bit.
Well, let's look at it. It's now 209 for 6.
Back in again.
Of 27.1 overs. This is a 33 over game. I mean, I think it's going to take some very good batting to get this total for Highgate. Best fielders in the best places. Tallest, or some poor bowling. Tallest bowlers on the boundary. Were you often stationed on the boundary, Elliot, at Highgate?
Only where the ball was expected to go to.
Elliot Sherrington, of course.
It's not everything.
Elliot Sherrington, of course, not the tallest, but with the biggest leap.
John,
Imagine a Jack Russell.
How's your leap these days?
Being 6 foot, being 6 foot tall, you don't have to jump that high. Elliot Sherrington, of course, with a fantastic leap, 5'2", but able to touch a basketball hoop.
Yeah. Can still leap higher than Joe.
The sad thing is, we'll certainly be having that contest later on.
I'm not driving, by the way. So,
Old enough to know better, but don't know better. Here comes Shah.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Nice first ball.
New batsman wasting no time there, going straight down the ground for 6. Was that his first ball?
That's a strike rate of 6.
Khan with the first ball he faced, playing a fantastic lofted straight drive for 6 over the sight screens. That one hitting the trees, probably 9-10 feet above the sight screens as Shah comes in again.
Oh, it's a great shout.
He's
He's
in front, and
given
Nudge has given him. Nudge has given him. So a fantastic comeback from Shah. Khan hit his first ball for 6. Beautiful shot. The second one wasn't quite there. He fiddled at it. He's given. And Nudge, not as quick on the draw there as he was for Thaxton, but still the finger went up pretty quick.
That was in no doubt, was it? I think the batsman made the classic mistake of trying to adjust his leg afterwards to show that he was outside the line. Nudge didn't fall for that. And Sunday, this game looking in quite a different position. Highgate, I said earlier, would be probably pleased to get them below 240, and that looks like with a couple of good bits of bowling that could be the case, couldn't it, Joe?
Well, that's right. So having been convinced that Osterley were on for an enormous score, I hadn't realised, of course, they could be bowled out. They're 7 down now. Khan, LBW, 6 off the first ball, then given LBW. Elliot Sherrington, you were never given LBW because your legs were always outside leg stump. Tell us about your approach to batting.
Hit it hard.
First cuts in it.
Elliot said
Get
that
to 30.
Elliot,
Nick off.
if you didn't understand what he said, he said he'd take guard on middle and work the ball around in singles.
30 of 29 balls and leave it to rest.
Here comes Shah again, new batsman. And it's another straight 6 hit off the first ball this batsman's faced, and that one's enormous. A huge hit there from Shoaib. His first ball he's faced, and that's well over the trees. An enormous hit.
40 metre 6.
That's a huge hit. Bigger than any 6 Elliot Sherrington's ever hit in his life. First ball, Shah can't believe it. His hands are on his hips. He's wondering what he's done. Bowled two new batsmen, and both times he's been hit for 6. It's been some time to find the ball.
And maybe a question for Zoe Blighton, our scorer. I wonder if all batsmen have hit 6 today. It seems like they've all been going for it. Has every batsman hit a 6? I wonder, Joe, do we know? Yeah, send us your letters if you think there has ever been a game of cricket at any level, nationwide, where all 11 batsmen have hit a 6. I wonder. All 11 batsmen.
It's a great question. So, Osterley 7 down here, the number 9 hitting at the first ball he's faced for 6 as he just rehearses that shot again. You feel pretty good if you face one ball and you've hit it for a 6 as big as that.
On cricketers that don't tuck their shirts in.
Chris Petter saying it how he means it there.
Header not happy with batsmen who don't tuck their shirts in as Andrew Newton walks past us, the umpire today, with his shirt around his thigh.
Your fingers getting quicker and quicker as you get older.
Well, I would. The ball has been fouled. That must have been Thaxton in there. We said before, he's the heartbeat of any team. He's a very handy bowler. He's a keen competitor. But I would say he probably is the number one ball finder in the Middlesex leagues. You can guarantee Thaxton's got the ball in his hand, and as he does, as he comes out from behind the bush, Thaxton there, proudly holding the ball. That's it. Let us know, give us your tweets, your emails, whether there's ever been a 6 out from 2 consecutive batsmen in any game of cricket in Middlesex. Shah in, that's down. And it's 6 out. We called it in the commentary box. A remarkable over.
Better than that, it was called by the umpire.
Absolutely remarkable. That's straight down to Dormalcock again. And they can't believe their eyes.
2 batters with a strike rate of 300.
So fantastic scenes. 3 catches for Dom at long off.
So I think the last 7 balls producing 3 catches at long off, 3 sixes, and it's taken about 20 minutes. So quite remarkable scenes at the gate. What's going on? Chris Petter's still fuming at shirts untucked. I would reply. I wonder whether, Chris, you think it's is it worse than shirts untucked? These flashes of colour on the shoulders. What do we think about these?
I'm all for bringing the game into the 21st century.
Five balls bowled here by Shah, 3 wickets, 12 runs. So the crowd showing their disappointment there as Bakarillas defends that ball.
So that ball neither went for 6 nor was a wicket, so unusual for that over. So, remarkable turnaround there. Highgate taking 3 wickets in 7 balls. 2 wickets to go to bowl Osterley out. And that's hit pretty straight. It's a big appeal. And he's given him.
He's given him. Osterley 9 down. Osterley 9 down here. So Highgate, they were looking down the barrel of 270, 280, but this late flurry of wickets, Osterley in danger of not batting their full 33 overs. 9 down, the score 221, and a 4th wicket for Thaxton.
Fantastic. Great bit of bowling there. Put it right on the money, nice and straight. Osterley umpire not as keen as Nudger getting his finger up there, but I don't think he could turn that one down.
Well, him doing a proper job, going through his decision making process and being sure it's out before giving it. Nudger taking no time to consider and making perhaps impulsive decisions at the other end.
Absolutely right, Joe. So, remarkable turnaround. 4 wickets in 8 balls leaves this game needing 1 more wicket for Highgate to bowl out Osterley for what is suddenly looking a much more chaseable total of around 220. And with a strong batting lineup, you've got to think it's going to be a good second innings.
So in the last 7 balls, there's been 4 wickets and 12 runs. All happening here at Shepherd's Cot as the left-handed Amir Ahmed takes guard. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Bakarillas has faced 1 ball. Ahmed has faced none. There's 3.5 overs left. 23 balls. Here comes Thaxton. Elbows and forearms. And immediately, 9 down, but immediately Amir Ahmed looking to score. Times that one out to point.
Now,
Outrage for me, you mean?
2 batsmen here with their shirts untucked. In comes Thaxton.
Ahmed, a very difficult batsman to bowl out for a win. I remember playing a couple of games against Osterley and him valiantly defending several overs in timed cricket. So very resolute defender of the ball. I wonder if he's got a loft in him as well to score some runs.
Reminder, today's game reduced to 33 overs aside because of rain. This limited overs contest. Whatever Osterley post, Highgate will have to get. There's no draw today. Minimum 20 overs in reply in order for it to be a result. There is some rain around. Here comes Thaxton. And Ahmed can't beat Gully.
So Thaxton must have some quite good figures by now. He's bowled for 4 wickets, chasing his 5th. Been fairly economical. Arguably Highgate's best bowler as he searches for the 5th wicket. Beats the outside edge of Ahmed. And back to his mark. Couldn't be more of a contrast to the previous over there. Wicket maiden. Score is 221 from 29 overs. Highgate chasing the 10th wicket. Slight lull in the cricket, few dot balls. Off mic, Joe Phelan using the time wisely to regale tales of his recent 100 runs to his friends.
So for
Run out
listeners in
chance from Tom
India,
Newell.
100, actually it's quite a few months ago at
Did those ladies turn it?
DTAA Mandir Marg, a beautiful ground. A school ground, full-size school ground. Yeah, full-size school ground with 30-metre boundaries, at least 30-metre boundaries, and a difficult wicket.
Have you used some decala recently yourself?
And a bizarre end to this game now, as Osterley drawing dots and singles with 4 overs to go.
Osterley really slowed down here. Here's Thaxton. And he's gone.
He's got his
Bowled.
5.
Bakarilias, his shirt untucked. and a big swing, and he's bowled out.
I think if you looked at that scoreboard,
So,
every shirt,
you, Jake, Fred, Gole.
And 5 for Thaxton. Osterley dismissed for 223. So a fantastic start for Osterley. Khan hitting the ball to all parts, some enormous sixes. Highgate kept chipping away. A couple of chances went down, and it looked like Arif and Buttar were going to see Osterley to a score upwards of 270 or 280. Suddenly, wickets started falling quickly. Batsmen increasingly coming out without their shirts tucked in. Is this causation? Is this correlation? Chris Petter's not sure. And in the end, Osterley have been dismissed still with 17 balls unbowled. A big score, 222 for Osterley. Highgate will have 33 overs to get it. Ben, will they be confident about getting this score?
I think they'll certainly be confident. I think they've got a strong batting lineup. You've got Will Bowley in there at number 3, who's he's been biding his time this year, I think, for a big score. They got Johan de Silva fresh of 100 this year. Some firepower down the order with Foster, and I think certainly some classy players with Alcock and Everett at the top of the order. I think they'll be just the fact that they've taken the last 5 wickets so quickly, give them a real confidence boost, bit of momentum to take into this second innings. I think 220 is a very chaseable score with the lineup they have, and I think they'll be strong.
Highgate second 11 with that famous run chase earlier in the year when they chased down more than 300. Foster scoring 90 off just 50 balls with some straight sixes. This game very much on here at Shepherd Scott. A few words now at the tea break from Elliot Sherrington.
Discussion point is Bowley in the second team due to a lack of form?
Is Bowley in the second team due to a lack of form? So Joe Root currently playing for England, clearly a lot resting on his shoulders. He's able to turn up and score runs. Will Bowley, a lot of pressure on his shoulders in the first team, perhaps not able to cope with that expectation.
Yeah, it's been a tough year for him. We know what he's capable of. There's a man who scored Premier League hundreds, and certainly one of the most destructive batsmen in the Middlesex leagues on his day. Captain Barras in the first team, going for someone different in the squad this week. So Bowley in the second team, much to the delight of skipper Rabagliati, I'm sure. And for those of you following at home, very pleased to have Scott Thaxton with us, fresh off his 5-wicket haul. Scott, tell us a bit about your 2 spells there, because the first spell you kept it quite tight, took a couple of wickets, came off perhaps a bit earlier than you'd have liked, and have come back to take 3 more. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, we felt that the 2 batters in at the moment, at that time, were perhaps favouring spin, so we went back to a bit of pace with Edward Foster. Not too much pace, but just a little bit, and paid off as well because Fozzie had a good little spell there.
And it's you say, was that a discussion between you and the skipper? Who was kind of making those decisions out there today?
Yeah, Rags and I had a chat. Rags makes all the decisions, but some of us more senior players will have a chat and share our thoughts. And yeah, from bowling at the guys, I felt they would struggle. I think they'd struggle a little more against pace. So.
Well, it certainly worked out, didn't it? And then your second spell, tell us a bit about that. Quite a remarkable couple of overs there. There were sixes and wickets in quick succession.
Second spell was chaos, wasn't it? So I don't know. They played one way and they stuck with it. So we were just happy to pick a few cheap ones up at the end and a few fantasy points as well for the bonus.
Fancy always on your mind. Now, I know that what's also really on your mind is where you're going to be batting today. I mean, we've seen you win matches with the bat today. You're clearly a bowler, but I think looking to cement your place in the squad as an all-rounder. Where do you think you're going to be batting today? And have you spoken to the captain about it yet?
I've told Rags I will bat anywhere in the top 6, so we'll see what he does with that.
So probably 4 or 5 today?
Yeah, you'd have thought so.
Makes sense. What batter, Scott?
So willing to be flexible, very always team-oriented, anywhere in the top 6, very generous. One other important question, it's the innings break and it's the county famous teas of Chania. Are you going to be loading up on carbs, or are you going to be strategic with what you eat here at tea?
I'm going to make the most of what's on offer and have a full plate.
And for those who are still to visit Highgate this year, what are the options and what are the best choices here?
It's usually a veggie noodles and a chicken noodles. They're both pretty good. Sandwiches not always the same standard, but the noodles are top drawer.
Do you chili sauce?
A little bit of chili sauce, yeah.
Very good.
Good to hear.
Thanks.
Good. So we'll be back in about 20, 25 minutes, and we'll see how Highgate do at chasing down 223 to win off 33 overs at Shepherd's Cot. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Joe. Don't go anywhere. Well, quite the start there for Osterley. And dismissal of Johan de Silva, who has opened the batting with Ian Rabagliati, brings Will Bowley to the crease. And if you're watching, I'm sure this is who you're here to watch. So, in a way, it gets us to the action a bit quicker than anticipated, but nonetheless, we're ready. Will, without doubt, one of the most destructive batsmen in the Middlesex League, so scored runs at all levels in the first team, and plenty of bowlers, very good ones, have been sent to all parts of grounds by Will. So let's see how he does here. Perhaps a slight earlier arrival than he would have anticipated, but certainly giving the crowd what they want. Will occasionally vulnerable on the first ball, but he's got through it, and I think this is where the fun should start. And that is what you want to see from Will Bowley, given a short ball, and he has not missed the opportunity to smash that for 4. One bounce over mid-on, and certainly
one characteristic of Bowley, where other batsmen look hurried, he looks to have a lot of time to play his shots.
He will pick up a long hop, and he will hit it hard. I think if Will, I've watched him play a lot of innings. I think when he picks one up early in his innings, a good one bounce 4, it's normally a good sign. And so let's see what's happened.
Khan, the opening bowler for Osterley, of course, hit his first ball for 6 and was out next ball in perhaps the most entertaining over of cricket today. 3 wickets fell, 2 sixes already in this over.
Was there a more entertaining over in world cricket anywhere today?
Already in this over, he's bowled a bouncer, he's clean bowled a batsman, and he's been hit for a 1 bounce 4.
It's not going to be a boring innings.
Elliot Sherrington, Khan at the end of his mark with his hands on his hips, collar up, bespectacled. Terrifying.
What's the biggest 6 you've hit on this ground? What's the biggest 6 hit on this ground that you individually have?
Chris Petter, of course, the hitter of big sixes, asking a question. Elliot Sherrington never hit a 6 at Highgate.
In my 147, I think I hit 10 sixes.
Those of you who are familiar with Highgate will know the green pavilion here, covered in dents. 10 of those dents are from Elliot Sherrington playing the pull shot in his 147 here. After that innings, he put away the pull shot, never played it again.
Correction, the pull shots all cleared the pavilion.
They were playing on the under-11s track, which is just the furthest to your right as you look on the frog box. Appears we've had a change of ball. I don't know whether that's because the ball managed to get lost there.
I get cricket. Andy Skate, another Highgate great. Off spinner, known more for his batting than his bowling. Not a great conversationalist, but the biggest 6 you've seen at Highgate was off his bowling. Thanks, Chris Petter. In comes Khan, bespectacled. Bowley in behind that one.
I said that on air actually. Just off air, Chris Petter asked me whether I've hit sixes at Highgate. I did say that I hit a few when I scored 200 here in a league game, unlike Elliot, in this friendly game. It was for the second team. It was a very low strength Winchmere Hill team.
Top edge, it's there, and square leg is under it, and he holds on to it. Bowley falls. So already this over 2 wickets. Boundary. Bowley a little bit early on it at top edge. Skyer, and it's held. Big wicket. Osterley here, defending 222. Highgate already 2 wickets down.
I mean, big wicket for them. They might not know how big a wicket that is in the context of this chase. What I would say is Highgate do have strength in depth today. We've got the skipper, the run-hungry Rabagliati still out there at the crease. He's bound to score some. Dom Alcott coming in, new player to the club this year, very classy batsman, and there's plenty down the order. So let's not rule it out yet, but certainly tough for Highgate to lose 2 key wickets so early in De Silva and Bowling. So again, Khan proving he's good value for money there with the ball as well as with the bat, with 2 early wickets in the first over. Arif bowling there, dropped it short. Not much chance of nudge giving that. So fairly eventful 2 overs there. In keeping with the spirit of the game, we're joined by Will Bowley, fans' favourite. I know those of you watching would have been expecting perhaps a slightly longer innings from him. Will, tough one for you today.
Yeah, that's a regression back to the old days. I'm stood here with Elliot, Joe, and Chris, who have seen that happen a couple of times before. To be honest, I actually think it was there to hit.
It's always there to hit if you Will Bowley, and don't ever change.
To be honest, though, I think it's definitely chaseable. I think we did really well to get it back in the field. I think that Thaxo bowled brilliantly. Foz bowled with heart, Joe says. He certainly bowled. No, I'm only joking. Foz bowled well.
Is it true, Bowley, that Foster asked for the far end so that the camera wouldn't pick up his bald spot?
I think the camera picks it up from wherever it is, doesn't it? I think we bowled really well in the first few overs. I think it was really just one of those games where they got to 50 out of nowhere. I don't think anything spectacular happened, and then that guy batted brilliantly. Some of the best hitting I've seen for a very, very long time.
Yeah, really good batting performance from Osterley. They were on for perhaps 270, 280.
I thought 400.
Right, and then Highgate coming back, holding catches, 220. You got behind your first ball. The second ball, you looked to have a lot of time as you pulled it away for 4, looking great, Nick. And then you top edged one. Tell us about the boundary you hit, and tell us about the one you top edged.
Well, I think the boundary I hit that's the absolute ball you want to face early in your innings. Drop it short and then just have no one protecting it, so you can basically get behind it. And then probably, to be fair, the second one was just a bit fuller. But I do still think it was there. Yeah, that does happen. But
and Khan in here, bowling with spectacles. Did the spectacles put you off?
No, I didn't notice them until they fell off at the end of his run-up.
Right. And decent wheels from Khan here, bowling from the North London end.
Yeah, I think he's. But I think I actually, to be honest, the 4 or 5 balls or 4 balls I faced. He looks like he can bowl. I think it's the same with a lot of good twos bowlers where there's a bit of everything, and you just need to make sure that you wait for the bad ones.
Yeah. Nipping? Is he nipping the ball in?
He did on my first one, and then didn't get his lengths right. Although he got 2 wickets, including me. So I only faced 4 balls. And the other guy from the other end, I've never seen bowl before. He looks like he's just slinging it down.
Okay, big effort there from Khan. Full toss, passing by. Untouched.
So where? There's some rumours that you're going to Headingley.
No.
Oh, you're not going?
No, I'm not going. I always avoid the Headingley trips. No, I don't. No. My sister had a civil partnership recently, which I missed due to COVID. So she's having a party, which I'm hoping to be able to attend. No. My wife likes cricket just enough to let me play on Saturdays if I start talking about tests as well.
England playing India at Headingley this week.
Lovely bit of sun coming through now from the North London end, and Highgate, as it should be, bathed in kind of afternoon sunlight as Khan runs up.
Khan full attacking the stumps. Rabagliati playing it late and running it down to third man.
That's his area.
The light, golden now. Day, nowhere to be seen. There are dark clouds in the distance, but players in the sunshine. Do come down if you're nearby, or if you're online. Watch a lot of runs for Highgate to get, but there's no better place to be with runs to get and a few hours to get them.
And a bit of talk, Joe, of clean hitting, and a few people talk about sixes and large innings, and of course, no one can forget a man listening today. Nick Brunner will be thinking of his high score for Highgate, 172, that he scored in the third team. When we wonder why he was playing in that team on the day, but scored 172 runs with a broken toe. He's watching today. Good to hear you, Nick.
Beloved of pub landlords across North London.
Actually, just hearing that name, Chanya has just poked his head out of the hatch there with the card machine on hearing the name Nick Brunner.
A Yorkshire resident now, so be drinking Theakston's, or what are they drinking in Yorkshire?
Yeah, whatever's local, whatever's cheapest and most local. And by most local, I mean in the fridge.
Rabagliati facing head forward. Half played. He's trying to come down the wicket, suggesting that either the bowler's hitting a good length or is getting movement as Rabagliati looks to play from outside of his crease.
Cricket and golf are not compatible. Really not compatible.
And Osterley with quite a defensive field, couple of men out on the boundary. Big swing from Alcock there. Arif bowling, who batted well, scored a few runs in Osterley's innings. Rung in with energy from this end, perhaps a bit less control than Khan at the other end.
Okay. We're talking cricket. We're at a cricket ground, and we're with Kiwi Chris Pedder. Be wrong not to ask you, world champion. How does that feel?
Having supported the Black Caps for many, many years through a lot of thin times, it's great to see them playing in such a good attitude, good way, and with good results. And I went on the last day of the Test Championship.
Great. So you were there. You were there in Southampton to see them lift the lollipop, and yeah, I mean, I think something that an ethos that comes out of Tyder Cricket Club in the Hutt Valley is no stars, no mugs. And you look at that New Zealand team. Obviously, Kane Williamson is known as a star, but they embody that ethos. They're just a really strong team all the way down. Everyone knows their role and everyone plays to their ability.
The team as well. No one gets above themselves, and even the biggest players have to sweep out the dressing rooms at the end of the day. You're all playing for the team, and you're all doing your best.
And they're also a team. This is the best team in the world right now. There they are, New Zealand, and we look. Back through history, there's a great West Indies team, there was a great Australian team. This is a team, the best in the world, not known for their sledging or their aggression, so, showing that you can be number one in the world without needing to any histrionics or to act in a macho way.
Let's not get carried away. They're number one in terms of rankings. Are they the most consistent number one team in the world? If they away and, can't win in Australia, can't win in India, so that's two problems. Being realistic, but you can only do what's put in front of you, and there's good depth at the moment as well, which is a great thing. There's lots of these Devon Conways and the Finn Allens, and we've got a good few South Africans coming through.
Yeah, I was going to ask Conway, has he come through the youth system at Taita, or what's the feeder system that gets people like Devon Conway into the Black Cap team?
The New Zealand Passport Office.
Doing a great job.
We looked at what England did in the 80s and 90s and thought, well, we can do that even better. Yeah.
And of course, Australia with Marnus Labuschagne significantly strengthened, perhaps one of their only two international standard batsmen born and raised in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, learned everything from Steve Smith, didn't he? I mean, I think they don't have a lot of depth at Australia in the batting at the moment anyway, so I don't, I think if England had all their players available, that could be a decent Ashes, but I can't see it.
England at the moment seeking to get the Ashes delayed for 12 months, which sounds to me like a very good idea. See you in 2022, boys.
Oh, COVID, we're not going there. Yeah.
Okay, 223 required. Highgate losing 2 early Highgate's looking to rebuild here. Rabagliati watchful. In comes Shah. Highgate 17 for 2. Wide. Rabagliati, the captain, disappointed that was called away. In the end, if that one run is decisive, then I think Highgate will have done well at 17 for 2, needing another 206 runs to win, already 2 down. Here comes Shah again. Rabagliati's well bowled by Khan, who goes past the edge. A lot of power. Dom is quick bottom hand put through the ball at the end. Appreciated here by Chris Pooch-Petter, a man who was known for hitting straight sixes. But fast hands through the ball there. fantastic hands, not quite to it, but keeping the face of the bat moving through the ball, and 6 helped over wide long off.
Taking a leaf out of the Osterley batting book there, Dom. Good to see you taking the game to them.
Lovely shot from Ragabliati. Beating point, timing the ball nicely there. And that's smoked in front of square. Fast hands, beautiful pull shot.
Another shot from Don there. Slow ball from Khan. Picked up, dispatched through the covers. Some hard, aggressive hitting from Highgate here, reminiscent of Osterley's innings. Score now for Highgate. 36 from 6 overs. 2 wickets gone. Alcott goes to 26. Khan in again. And that looks like it might have cleared the ropes. Umpire's given it 4, but another strong shot from Dom, and certainly taking the attack to the bowler here. And let's see how he responds. Wild cheers from the home fans on the bench over there. Forcing a change of field as a man goes back to the boundary. Khan in again. Bit of mind games there, stopping his run up. Nice bit of batting there, quick single. And Dom looking in good form here. And a good over for Highgate there. 3 fours and a single. Score moving on nicely, although 2 wickets are down. So Arif continuing for Osterley from this end. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the boundary, 6 men on the boundary. He's got a long off, third man, fine leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on. And it's a slow ball which is dispatched on the full behind square for 4. Interesting ball selection with the field he's picked there. And the tide turning slightly towards Highgate's batsman here in this chase. Skipper Rabagliati at the other end. Happy to give the strike and watch Dom knocking the ball around at the moment. Reminder, this is a 33 over game. Chasing 223 to win. The score. Going for the big pull shot there, Dom. Didn't quite get up on him, perhaps at the inside edge onto the pad. Getting a bit of chat from the Osterley field there. Goading him a little bit. Getting a bit noisy out there. I wonder if he's up for that. Is that going to spur him on? I wonder. Let's see. Looks like he's up for the battle. And I don't know if you saw that nudge, umpire at the bowler's end, getting stuck in there to the fielding side, telling them to be quiet when the bowler is back at the end of his mark. Now having a bit of a discussion with things getting a little bit spicy here. So hopefully that will settle down. A lot of shouting on. An extra cover, really getting stuck in again to Rabagliati, calling him a tail ender. Not quite sure how he did when he was batting. I think he did get a few runs actually, this extra cover. But he's certainly letting the skipper know. So a bit of tension in this game now. I think maybe after a good start, that's Osterley field a bit, and a few raised voices. Highgate in a similar position to Osterley at the same stage, although they have lost one more wicket. Certainly, regular viewers to the channel won't be surprised to see Andy Newton getting fired up in the moment. So a bit of intensity in the game now with louder voices from the Osterley. Still no bowling change, although we are only 8 overs in. But for those of you wondering where Elliot Sherrington is, he's off mic trying to engage ball bowling in a pyramid scheme. Another single there from Dom, who's keeping the strike rate ticking nicely. Khan, the opening bowler, starts his run now. Already taken 2 wickets in his first over. Bowls for Bagliati. That is his area, and he scores a single through there. Normally a very consistent wagon wheel for Bagliati. Full toss there, clip through mid wicket. Great bit of fielding from Osterley there. Good diving stop. Only a single. Throws the ball back, which hits the keeper in the face. Bounced out of his gloves. So this over, slightly more economical. A few singles from it, but Highgate keeping the run rate ticking, and Alcock especially looking more settled at the crease. Bowler coming round the wicket now to Bagliati, who picks that nicely off his legs for 4. Beautiful shot. Don't bowl there. And the runs continue to flow. I think 7 off that over for Highgate. Taking them to a nice spot. Reached 50 now off 9 overs. Are well poised in their chase of 221. Nice clear afternoon here at Highgate. The sun just slightly gone in, so we haven't quite got the golden light we had earlier, but looks like we'll be set fair for the rest of the afternoon as we watch Highgate continue the chase. Score is 56 from 9 overs. Remains focused to see, takes the and certainly a very destructive innings off how many balls, please, scorer? 29 balls for his 53, so really racing away here, Dom, and Osterley will be hoping that they can get his wicket before he scores any more. That appears to be a no ball. I think we all saw that coming, giving us a no ball around shoulder height. I don't know if free hits are an option in this format. It doesn't appear so. Osterley bowler obviously trying to shake things up a little bit there. Extra cover continues to get stuck into the batsman as he was earlier on. Bowler taking his time here, a few mind games. Where's he going next? He's been hit for 3 fours already this over. Another slow ball, and it's clipped through the leg side, and it has gone the distance as well. Another 4 for Dom. And Osterley looking a bit frustrated here. You can hear the buzz in the field dip slightly. Captain Rabagliati still happy down at the other end, watching Alcock playing aggressively through the leg side as the score continues to rise. Very quick hands there from Dom, straight to cover, but he certainly looks to have found his hitting form. In the kind of form now where he seems to be trying to score a boundary off every ball he's facing. In this chase, reminder it's a 33 over game. Short ball missed there, but no real threat to the batsman. Elliot Sherrington walking past, showing us what he'd have done with that on his toes, cutting it. Probably a 1 bounce for behind square. One of the finest cutters of the ball we've seen at Highgate. You know, Sherrington, Battersby. A bit of a chat here from the Osterley leadership team over there. Not sure who's going to come on to bowl next. They feel like they're going to try and change something with Alcock seeing the ball well. And it looks like we're going to get a bit of left arm spin. I think this is Ahmed, who, if I remember correctly, is a slow left arm orthodox bowler. Going to come on to face Rabagliati. And Osterley will be hoping this will give them the 3rd wicket that they're after. Nice straight drive from Rabagliati there. If they're going to have the man back, you may as well take the single. Got an animated discussion going on here off mic about how to play spin. some spectators saying you never should play defensive to a spinner. Joe earlier on talking about being aggressive, using your feet, getting to the ball, and it'll be interesting to see what Dom Alcock does to this spinner. Clearly, he's in good form at the moment. Continues his streak with a 6. Quick scoring for Highgate here. Will they continue to capitalise on the slow left armour? Seem to be some strangled appeals there. Looks like that ball has missed everything, contrary to what the bowler thought. Alcock clearly trying to hit a longer 6 than Khan did earlier on. Huge swing there. Goes again, but it's just short of the man. It's a single. He remains on 10. Alcock 64. High in a good position here. 84 for 2 from their 10 overs. So ahead of Osterley on the run rate here. The game poised quite this chase. So looks like a change of bowler this end as well. So new bowlers both ends. Rabagliati to face. And he looks to be outside the line there. A stifled appeal from the bowler. Nice shot from Bagliati, straight down the ground, leaving, I'm sure he's trying to give the strike to Dom, who now has 4 balls to have a look at this new bowler, and I think we can assume he's going to try and take him downtown somewhere. I'm anticipating a little chip over mid-wicket, perhaps. Let's see, there are 7 men out on the boundary, 3 on the offside, 4 on the leg, 1 man just coming in now to short, fine leg, got a deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. And he pulls that hard. So yeah, not the pitch not looking to have much life in it anymore. Ball losing a bit of its shine, and that's a dead ball as fielder moves during the bowler's run up, and umpire Newton stops them there and asks them to reset. But certainly looking difficult here for Osterley to know where to bowl at Dom. He appears to be picking everything up pretty easily, sending it to the boundary. Certainly looking to use the leg side. And that's a no ball, which has also gone for 4 byes. And that's a back foot no ball. Leicester spotted back foot no ball. Not sure the bowler was aware of that rule. Looks a bit surprised. And again, some words from extra cover towards the umpire here. Looks like there's still a bit of something going on between Nudger and not extra cover, excuse me, Osterley's mid wicket. Engaged in conversation. Bowler runs in again to Alcock. And again, that's gone for a single. Looks to be his area, doesn't it? Hitting it hard on the floor. And Highgate score flying up still. Alcock 73 from 96. And that has not carried. That's a clear edge from Bagliati. That is his area. But it hasn't carried. So again, more frustration for Osterley. Either too far back or perhaps the pitch just losing a bit of life now. You can feel a bit of frustration rising in the Osterley fielders. You can see the frustration building. This is the first over for this change bowler and already gone for quite a few runs. Bowler in again. It seems to be quite long over this. I feel like I've been watching this for a while. And that's a nice single through the covers for Bagliati. Osterley looking up there a bit. The score now must be approaching 100. Couple of extras in that over. Highgate now 112. So well on the run rate for this chase. 2 wickets down. Alcock 73 of them. So in a fairly a few questions about the Edward Foster, power hitter, Casper Everett, Adarsh also a good batsman, so plenty of strength further down the order for Highgate today. Good to see Dom calling for a cap. Sign of a man in form. You could argue that 70 runs is a bit late to be calling for a cap. Back yourself, get it out there earlier, but obviously feeling comfortable. So unfortunately for Highgate, that is the end of Alcock for a brutal, quite brutal 80, I think. Goes out caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And that certainly will be a boost for Osterley. Fantastic knock from him. Strong hitting through the leg side. Probably must have been about 40 balls, I think, there for his 80. So certainly put Highgate in a very strong position. And that brings prodigy Sachin Rawson to the crease. I believe he's had a match-winning 50 recently. Sachin comes out, takes guard. And already a good start for the new bowler there. Pleased to take a wicket, and that's the breakthrough Osterley have been hoping for. Rawson doing a bit of tidying up as he settles down. Bowler in, off spinners. And first ball seems to cut back a bit, skid a bit low. Hits Rawson on the pad. And you'd think he would be a good man for this situation, able to keep the scoreboard ticking over, keep the strike rotating. And that's a good start from him. Back foot punch to extra cover, no run. Stopped capably by the fielder. Sachin technically very sound player. Hear a bit of noise from deep backward square there, getting stuck into Bagliati. And a bit of buzz from the Osterley team here. This game getting a bit of spice in it, which is good to see. Good to see both teams motivated to win. A few smiles going around the fielders. Sachin, as I said, very technically correct and honed from years of being pinged with a tennis ball by his father, age 7, as he walked round the Highgate boundary. See Simon Rawson standing 5 feet away from Sachin, trying to hit him with a bouncing tennis ball for most of his youth. Certainly helped his technique into the position it's in now. Quite a lot of noise coming from the Osterley fielders now as they take their positions. Appear to be some quite animated discussion about who's going to stand where. And a misfield there from the fielder who was giving a fair bit of chat to the skipper earlier on. So, and now, yeah, interesting stage for Highgate in this game. Two batsmen who prefer to keep things ticking a bit more sedately, but Rags scoring with a lofted 4 over cover then. Maybe it will fall to Rabagliati to be the slightly more aggressive player here. He's the one set. Rawson at the other end, very solid and able to keep the strike rotating. Perhaps Rabagliati will look to take a few more risks, maybe loft the ball a bit, maybe hit straight. Another temptingly flighted ball there from the bowler, Ahmed. Rabagliati using his feet, coming forward and smothering that one. You wonder if he's going to be tempted to go over the top. You've got a man out at long off and a man at long on, so Osterley defending the big shot there. And he's chipped one up, and he appears to have hung around there. It did look from here like it might have been something unusual pop up. He maybe was suggesting it was a bump ball. Nudger was having none of it at square leg, to be fair. So I think Rabagliati sent on his way, and he will be very frustrated. He's stuck in there. He's done a good job for the team. Stayed out there supporting Dom very well. And now passes the baton over to Casper Everett, left-hander, southpaw. Comes out to join Sachin. So the score... Highgate past halfway now. 116 from 15 overs, 4 wickets down, chasing 2-2-3. Some firepower left in the tank. Foster padded up ominously at the side. But clearly a key moment in the game here. Could go either way. Maybe a bit of time to rebuild and settle as they look to chase these runs down. If you are still watching, congratulations, you've made it through this far. Pleased to have you. A strong back foot punch there from Sachin, takes single down the ground. Osterley staying with a fairly defensive field, got long on, long off, deep extra cover, deep backwards square, deep square leg. So 4 men out on the boundary. Square leg now coming in as they change the field for the left-handed Everett. Often opening batsman, I think, but batting down at number 6 today. And you think this partnership's going to be key here to see if Highgate can chase these runs down. Foster and Varney both padded up, potentially next men in. Nice pick up off his legs there. Casper full toss, hit down the ground for 1. Down to long on. As these two start to settle in and get used to the pace of the pitch. A bit of buzz on the Osterley field, keen for the next wicket. And a last minute change of call there from Sachin, who thought he was going to get a single but hadn't quite realised that Casper had slipped and fallen to the ground. He's back up and there is no run. Sachin again looking to squeeze it through the offside. 1 ball left to the over. And he's been given. Looked good. He went back to a ball of decent length. It's just turned in and hit him on the knee roll, and that did look out. So a bit of a challenge for Highgate here now. 120 runs on the board, or so. I can't quite see the exact score. Chasing 223 to win, so about 100 to go, and they are 5 wickets down, and we have, I believe, we have Adash Varney coming in at 7. We were wondering whether Foster was going to be coming in next. It seems they're saving his firepower for a little later on. So Adash joins Casper at the crease. I think Osterley feeling quite positive there, thinking that was a key wicket for them. Certainly Rawson, a batsman capable of going the distance. Ahmed continues his left arm orthodox from the North London end. North London incidentally finished their game already. Not sure who was playing, first or second team, but that game is over a while ago. And Osterley keen for another quick wicket. And after the loss of the explosive Alcock, certainly Highgate scoring a little less freely and perhaps in need of a few boundaries just to keep the pressure on keep the scoreboard ticking over. And that's a nice bit of running there from Casper, who hits the ball pretty much straight down mid-on's throat, but takes the run, and in the end makes it with ease. And certainly that will be the key for Highgate here. If they're not going to be hitting the ball out of the park, they need to be keeping the runs ticking and keeping the scoreboard turning over. First ball there for Adarsh, defensive prod. Thought about the single, but just having a look. Classy stroke maker Adarsh, certainly capable of the kind of innings Highgate need in this situation. Still no Thaxton. I'm sure he'll be itching to get himself padded up and come and play a part in this chase, but as yet unrequired. Still a lot of chat from the Osterley mid-wicket. Seems to be quite keen in getting in Highgate's ears. And that's a quick single from Adarsh there, and in with no real trouble. So Osterley still giving away a single in those kind of positions. Probably would like to be a bit tighter in that area there. Restrict the runs a little bit more. Nice feet there from Casper coming down the wicket to the left arm, obviously turning into him, so perhaps a bit more security using his feet, dancing down there. Just looking to punch that through the covers. Hits the fielder. And yeah, has a good go at a sweep shot there. Unfortunate to hit the man because that was quite a clean connection. I think probably would have run for 4 metre either side of him. So that's the over. Quite a quiet one for Highgate there, but both batsmen just building and developing a partnership as they continue this chase. After a fiery start, Alcock out for a destructive 80 from around 40 balls earlier on. He was caught on the mid-wicket boundary. Good to see Andy Newton having a moan at the scoreboard as usual. Over's not quite up to scratch, but I'm sure our excellent scorer Zoe Blyton straight on it. Off spinner continues from the Georgians' end. And a bit of flight, and that nearly sneaks under there. Adarsh looking to maybe flick that straight or through mid-wicket, and just dips under him, nearly sneaks through, but he gets a bit of bat on it. Bowler in very quickly again, a bit shorter. Push through the offside, but no run. So the boundary's not flowing quite as freely for Highgate now, and perhaps having to think about other ways to keep the scoreboard ticking. Another dot on the Osterley fielders. Getting a bit G'd up here. A bit more energy from them as they look to turn the screw. That's a quick single there from Adarsh. Nipped through the leg side. Of course, lefty-righty at the moment, so keeping the field moving. Off-spinner. Stutters at the start of his run. Still a few men out. We've got a deep cover, long on, and a deep mid-wicket. And Everett down the wicket and chips that one up to the gleeful bowler. So another wicket falls for Highgate in this chase. Osterley looking in quite a good position. The score now, I can't actually see the board, but around around 130, I'd imagine. You'll be able to see, of course, dear viewer, as you look at the frog box. And that the 6th wicket that has fallen. So batsmen remaining, we've got Foster at number 8. Looks like Jay Shah at number 9. Probably Thaxton 10. And another batsman somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. So out to the crease, Ed Foster. We know he's been in good form this year. Scored a famous 90 in the second team in a chase. Highgate would be keen for him to rediscover that form, and he could be the key man here. Highgate need a bit of firepower. I think a quick 50 from Foster here could really turn the tide, but he's going to have to stick around, I think, for them to have a chance in this chase. He's going to be a pretty important figure. So Foster out, right arm off spinner. Foster, a batsman who likes to free his arms, likes a bit of space outside off stump. So we'll see if he gives himself room and aims to hit through the offside here. But certainly, perhaps feeling a bit of pressure here, and he could be the key man for Highgate. Still descends over the grounds as Foster takes guard for his first ball. And he plays straight through the offside, no run. And that is the over. So score 121 from 18 overs. Highgate 100 short in their chase, 6 wickets down. Adash on 2, Foster just in on 0. So 15 overs remaining, 100 runs required, and if these two can stay, you've got to think they have a good chance, but we will have to see. So number 4 batsman, he certainly had a lot to say in the field. I wonder what he's what he'll be like with the ball. He looks like he's about to bowl some off spinners, and he does. A bit of turn down the slope, and misfield allows Adash a single there off his first ball. Darts coming in from this bowler here. Some and also looking to have Highgate a little tied down here, I suppose, a bit frustrated. Adash at that end, maybe struggling to find where get the ball away. Bowler up very quickly. And some quite strong words coming from extra cover over there. He seems to be getting stuck in. And he has been given, and you've got to think that was a bit of frustration there. He's had a big swing, let his foot lift up and nudge a keeper, spotting a good bit of work from the Osterley gloveman. And that is a shame, bit of frustration showing, I think, there for Adash, and trying to have a swing at that one. Lifted his foot and was stumped sharply. So a lot resting now, you have to say, on Foster here as Jay Shah comes out. Be interesting to see what Thaxton thinks about being relegated below Jay. I don't know, not watched Jay back before. I know Thaxton was hoping for a place slightly higher this week after his heroics in the first team earlier on in the season. But certainly Highgate Up against it here. Up against it. Jay's the new batsman. Off spinner in. Leaves that one outside the off stump, and that's given a wide. That from here, fortunately for Jay. On the plus side, it brings two clutch players for Highgate. They've been through a lot for this club. Thaxton and Foster, two good club men, heartbeats to the side. Both been involved in intense, high pressure run chases in the past.
not looking too good for the Gate. Well, if you've been joining us today, thank you very much for your custom. It's been a lovely day at the Gate. And there was a point we thought we might not get a game on. That is the end. Highgate have been bowled out. In the end, they were well short of 221. Great innings from Dom Alcock. Took the game to Osterley, but really they were the better side. They scored too many runs, and Highgate didn't quite put any partnerships together to chase it down. So Osterley deserved winners, and back to the drawing board for Highgate 2s, but they will come again, and there are 2 games left in the season. But certainly a disappointment today, but Osterley well deserved the win and well played to them, especially to Khan, who opened the batting and looked destructive, I think. Yeah, certainly man of the day, I'd say, to him for setting the tone of the game. And that's all for now, and see you next week on the Frog Box.
don't get me wrong. But it's just a little it's a suburb.
Very interesting.
It's a suburb, you know.
Yeah. I mean, 1780, I don't know what it was like.
I can imagine just with the kind of topography and stuff like that, there would have been like a Hindley Hall kind of stuff. Well, they've got a really nice golf course. My little brother plays this really nice golf course, Hindley Golf Course.
Oh, it's strong mining community.
Oh, listen, all around there's, you know.
You rode the road to Wigan Pier, but